Thank you. Councillor Cottam. Good evening and welcome. I am Councillor Denise Gaines, Chairman of the District Planning Committee. Other members of the committee joining me this evening are Councillors Richard Sumner, my Vice Chair, Adrian Abbs, Phil Barnett, Jeremy Cottam, Nigel Foote, Alan McCrow, Justin Pembleton, Tony Vickers and Howard Wollaston. The following officers are attending to advise and support the meeting. Mrs. Deborah Inston, Mr. Matthew Shepherd, Mr. Bob Dray, Mr. Paul Gollard, Mr. Paul Backus, Ms. Nikki Thomas, Mr. Stephen Chard, and Mr. Sam Chivelton. Before we start this evening's meeting, I would like to take this opportunity to remind members that we are subject to the Council's Code of Conduct, which requires us to uphold certain standards, including, importantly, respect. Members across the chamber may not always agree with one another, but I was asked that in our disagreements, we endeavour to always be respectful of others' views. The committee has all the necessary information to fulfil its responsibilities to determine the planning application today. There is a comprehensive officers' report that has been kept up to date, and the officers will highlight the key points in their presentation. We are also starting earlier to maximise the time available for speakers and a debate. We have reserved the chamber for tomorrow evening in case the committee needs extra time. However, with our earlier start time, I'm keen to ensure that the committee reaches a decision this evening, as I'm sure you all agree. It's essential that proceedings take place in a proper manner and that the committee members can consider the application without encumbrance. It's recognised that the application being considered today is of particular interest and that there are people present who hold strong views. However, I ask that everyone present is respectful of others and the process that we must follow. In particular, I must make it clear that interruptions from anyone observing the meeting will not be tolerated. As chairman, I may, after a warning, propose the removal of anyone disturbing the proceedings. The committee also has the power to exclude the press and public, which is available should it be necessary. I will not hesitate to take such steps should it be necessary to ensure the committee reaches a sound decision. But we would all very much prefer the meeting to progress without having to recourse to such actions. I therefore ask for everyone's cooperation in maintaining a conductive environment and not interrupting the meeting. I ask all members to draw attention to any interference they may experience or observe. Speaking rights for members of the public are restricted to those individuals who have registered to speak, and this is time limited, as I'll explain it more fully in a moment. I would also like to ask that any members of the public attending this meeting refrain from approaching councillors unless you're invited to do so. If we hear the evacuation alarm this evening, we must leave the building immediately. Please proceed via the safety emergency exits route and please follow any instructions given by the officers. The assembly point is the car park of the Dolphin Club. Sorry, pub. If the lockdown alarm sounds, we will remain seated and await instructions from officers. We will adjourn the meeting until such time as it's safe to proceed. Do members have any questions about the way in which the meeting will be conducted before we proceed? Mr. Chard, do we have any apologies for absence?
Yes, Chairman, we do. Apology from Councillor Jeff Mays.
Thank you. I'd now like to look at the minutes of the previous meeting on Wednesday, 8th of, no, the 13th, wasn't it? Wednesday, the 13th of November. Can I ask for a proposer, please? Thank you, Councillor Williston. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sumner. All those in favour? Oh, sorry. Do you want to?
I have an issue with the minutes, Madam Chairman. Under member questions of officers, I asked officers whether the totals of dwellings throughout the report were correct, since in section 917 the numbers added up to 367, whereas elsewhere in the report it gave a number of 427. And officers confirmed that the correct number was 367, Madam Chairman, which I think is very important.
Did you say the number of dwellings?
Number of homes, yes.
It should have been 427.
You want?
It should have been 427 homes.
In that case, that's at odds with what we were told at the last meeting. So perhaps.
Don't recall that, Councillor McCrow. Is that on the actual minutes to here?
It's not on the minutes. That's my issue. I will raise the issue again under.
Okay.
Officer question.
Okay. Councillor Vickers.
I also had a point, Chair, I wish to raise. The very last paragraph in the minutes, 49, talks about a meeting end time of 10:30. But there's no record of whether the meeting was formally closed. And my concern is, as I think you're aware, because I raised it with you after the meeting, that bearing in mind that there is not just a set of minutes, but also a recording available to anybody to hear what the proceedings were and how it ended, I think members would like, I feel members need, and it needs to be publicly stated, as to what legal advice we were able to get, that the meeting didn't need to be adjourned formally and reconvened, as opposed to what we're doing tonight. I'm quite happy with what we're doing tonight, but I'm just concerned about the legality, the process aspects of it. I wonder if the legal officer could advise us.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Technically, the meeting of the 15th of November stood as adjourned because the matter didn't conclude on that night. However, since that date, there's been substantial further information that would have to be considered by this planning committee, even if it been concluded on that night. And therefore, tonight, you're considering this application afresh.
Thank you. That's helpful, Chair. I'm happy to go ahead with the vote now, as far as I'm concerned.
I have another councillor who wishes to say something. Councillor Abbs.
Yeah, thank you very much. 24 comments that it starts to bullet point some of the things I said when I was in debate. It only does 3 of the something like 9 points that I raised. I can share that, all of them again if necessary, but that this in no way reflects all of the points. In fact, it almost twists the one positive thing to the probably 9 or 10 negative things I said in debate. So I don't think that accurately represents my comments. I mean, those first 3 bullets are accurately represent, but it misses out so many of the points I made.
So the 3 points that are actually in there are correct?
Yes, but it doesn't, for instance, it doesn't mention parking. It mentions affordable housing. I mentioned parking. It doesn't mention parking at all. That is not an accurate representation of all the points that was raised during my my debate, or my part of the debate. So.
Okay.
It's easy enough to do because there's a recording. You just put them in.
Okay.
Or I can read that. I think I still got the document somewhere I wrote. Hang on a minute.
So what we'll do is
Just to assist, I was just going to clarify that the minutes are never intended to be a verbatim recording of the meeting. They are just intended to give a flavour of the discussion. If individuals want a verbatim copy of the meeting, they'd go to the recording.
Therefore, I would argue that this is giving the wrong flavour of what I said, because it starts with the one positive thing I said, where I did commend the developer for the level of detail that was in some of the building work. But actually, the vast majority of what I said was actually in opposition, which is why I then brought forward a motion to go against officer recommendation, because it broke so many policies. And not listing some of those key policies that I stated at the time is somewhat misleading.
The officer responsible for the minutes has heard your comments and perhaps can rectify that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Councillor Williston.
Sorry, Jem. Just note as well. Point 19. I actually was commenting on the commercial use, not the residential. That's right. Did anybody caught that? Mike's now working.
It was the commercial, not residential, you said?
Exactly.
Okay. Can I ask them for a proposal subject to the amendments then, please?
Yes, Jem.
Thank you, Councillor Abbs. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Williston, all those in favour? Thank you, gentlemen. Can I now ask Ms Thomas to actually read out the declarations of interest?
So thank you, Chairman. There are no, I haven't been advised of any interest received ahead of the meeting. However, given today's matter has been considered by the district planning meeting previously on the 15th of November, and members may have been present for that meeting, all members are reminded that this meeting is considering the application afresh, as I previously advised, as there is new information before this committee. Whilst it's not a declarable interest under our constitution, members are reminded that the approach to this application should be with a fresh mind and an open mind. Should any members feel that they are not able to adopt this position, my advice would be to provide their apologies to this committee tonight. Are there any other further declarations of interest that need to be noted?
Councillor Abbs.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have continued to be lobbied on this application in between sittings,
Thank you.
but very happy to go forward because there is new information that we need to review. So very much happy to do this with an open mind.
Thank you. Councillor Barnett.
Likewise to Councillor Abbs, I've also been continually lobbied and presumably through you, Chairman, advice from the legal officer, I don't need to declare I'm a member of Newbury Town Council and its Planning and Highways Committee, correct?
Provided you are attending today with an open mind, that's fine.
Councillor, I'm going to go around the table. Councillor Foot.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Yes, likewise, I'm a member of Newbury Town Council. I think all the declarations I made at the last District Planning Committee meeting still apply. I haven't been lobbied in the interim at all. Thank you.
Councillor Cottam.
Yes, basically as stands, I had two contacts from members of the public giving their view, but it's just purely a discussion and will not affect my judgment.
Councillor Williston.
I continue to be lobbied by both the applicant and objectors.
Councillor Vickers.
I didn't actually. I failed, as the minutes also record. I didn't actually register my membership of the Planning and Highways Committee of Newbury Town Council. That was because I didn't take part in either of the meetings that the Town Council had on this particular application. It's the previous Eagle Quarter application that I actually took part in, and I didn't feel that I needed. But I should put that out there now that I am a member of the committee and have considered a previous application in that with that hat on. But that's all.
Have you also been lobbied?
Oh, indeed, by both sides. Yes.
Councillor McCrow.
I attended the last meeting in November and voted on the application, but I'm here with an open mind this evening and would consider the matter afresh.
Councillor Pemberton.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I too have received emails from members of the public regarding this matter, and I concur with all of the opening statements made by Ms Thomas, subject to noting that the meeting of the last district planning was the 13th of November, not the 15th.
Councillor Sumner.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was going to note the same. I believe I've had several emails come through. In all honesty, I have not read those emails and I've concentrated on the paperwork provided as part of the pack. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sumner. And I too have been lobbied on this application. Right, so we're moving now on to item 4, open brackets 1, 23/02094/FUL-MAJ, the Mall, the Kennett Centre, Newbury. For those of you who are new to this meeting, I'll briefly explain the procedure. Officers will present the application to the committee, after which the following groups might wish to make representations: objectors, supporters, the applicant or agent, and ward members, and I will introduce the town council part in a moment. Ordinarily, in accordance with the council's constitution, the total time allowed for speeches in respect of each group of speakers should not exceed 5 minutes. However, the council has received requests for the time limit for each group of speakers to be extended this evening for up to 10 minutes. It would appear sensible for the request to be allowed on this occasion due to the nature of the application. The committee will have to suspend standing orders in relation to the time permitted to allow for each group of speakers to speak for 10 minutes. I will propose from this chair the suspension of standing orders in relation to the speaking times to allow each group of speakers up to 10 minutes to address the committee. Does this find a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Sumner. Can all those in favour, please? Thank you. I would further like to propose that, unfortunately, the Town Council didn't receive the notification in time to actually put their name forward to speak this evening. And I'd like to propose that we actually allow, on this occasion, due to the nature of the application, that the Town Council may speak. I propose that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Foot. Do I have all those in favour? Thank you. Standing orders will then be reinstated after the last speaker has concluded. The committee members will have the opportunity to ask questions of clarification of the speakers each time. Members will then have the opportunity to ask questions of officers. The committee will then debate the item before determining the application. I'd now like to invite Mr. Shepherd to begin his presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. So the item before you is application 23/02094, full major. It is proposed development for full planning permission for the redevelopment of the Kennett Centre, comprising the partial demolition of the existing building on the site, new residential dwellings, use class C3, residential ancillary facilities, commercial, business and service floor space, including offices, class E's, access parking, cycle parking, landscaping, open space, sustainable energy installations, associated works, and alterations to the retained view cinema and multi-storey car park. The reason the application has come before you at Planning Committee is referred to Planning Committee by the Development Control Manager due to the public interest and due to the level of objection to the application. It was then deferred from Western Area Planning Committee to District Planning Committee due to its district-wide implications. Your office's recommendation is for approval, subject to conditions as set out in the application report and legal agreements, or refusal should those legal agreements not be completed. Moving through, I'm going to show a couple of the slides and the plans to show and a few of the views, just to refresh your memory of where we are. All the elevations and drawings are included in your agenda pack and have been online. So first off, just show you the outline, the location plans, the red line of the development, the island development of the Kennet Centre. You can see on the right-hand side of that image, the View Cinema, and the left-hand side, the car park area. Moving through, just a higher resolution of the site ground floor layout plan. So we see all the parking spaces to the left-hand side, the shopping centres, Nando's, etc. on the right-hand side. And the proposed development with its street frontages, a street running through the development from north to south, connecting up to the Market Street redevelopment, accesses towards Bear Lane and towards the High Street to the north. You see that grey area in the centre is the new pedestrian street area. Moving through, just to show you the second floor layout, so showing where the residential development will be, where the cinema, so you can see the seats on the right-hand side where the cinema is retained, and all the units of apartments and accommodation of various sizes. This plan shows the roof plan in greyed out area in a higher resolution. You can see in the centre are the podium gardens, which provide the amenity space for future users of the proposed development. You can see in the centre there the pedestrian street scene. Moving through, we have the street scene elevation drawings that we have shown at the site visits previously. So the Market Street elevation at the top of that image. You see the cinema on the right-hand side and the retained car park on the left-hand side of that image. Moving down through Bartholomew Street, we can see the Newbury Public House in the centre of the image there. And we can see the development rising up behind it, the grayscale showing the different scales and the different areas of the development. And then Cheap Street elevation showing the town hall on the right-hand side and the tower. Down through, we have the landscape and public realm. So the proposed street area will have landscaped areas and seating areas, which will spill out onto the Class E. So cafes, restaurants, and things like that. Shops will be throughout the centre of the development. This will provide access from Market Street all the way through to the town centre towards the north. Just going to head through a couple more of the floor layout plans just to show you this is the north of the development, showing that access will be proposed through the development towards from Bartholomew Street to the marketplace to increase permeability in the town centre. Further down, we have the car parking arrangements and cycle park arrangements for the proposed future residents. And moving across just to show you how the retained View Cinema and restaurants are to sit in with the development and be retained with the proposed development. Just to show you here, this is clarifies the ground floor commercial uses, so in different areas of blue to show the active frontages that will be created around the development around the Kennet Centre area. Moving through, the elevations, as I said earlier, are in your agenda pack. So I've moved through to some selected views of the development. The first is looking at the Market Street. So if you were to leave the train station, move through Market Street development, this would be what the proposed development may look like in the future. Moving up, this is the development next to the multi-storey car park from outside just the front of the council offices. You can see on the left-hand side there the stairwell for the car parking. And then a key view from on top of the bridge or very close to the bridge. So you have to see the butchers through on the High Street. We have Lloyd's Bank in the foreground and the development rising up towards the in the centre of the development, centre of the picture. Moving across, we've got viewpoint 4, so again, a very key view from the marketplace, so the Corn Exchange on the left-hand side, and we have the shopping areas on the right of the ZZ's restaurant, and then the development in the centre of that picture rising up through by the Catherine Wheel Public House. So again, just moving further down, we can see just a little bit more, we can see the size and the heights of the development further towards Bear Lane. So then we move to some of the additional viewpoints that were provided for the District Planning Committee last time. So this is at the very corner of Bear Lane. So they were carried out at the request of council members in October 2024. It is acknowledged that the scale of the proposal is most evident in views from Bear Lane due to direct views it affords from the Kennet Centre. However, whilst these views do take into account the Grade 2 listed buildings of 33 and 34 Cheap Street and the Catherine Wheels, the views along Bear Lane are generally the least historically sensitive views within the town centre, as they are largely encompass modern development, open surfaces, car parking and modern engineered highways junctions. The same is also true for views along Market Street. As I showed you earlier, it is noteworthy that these views are not identified as key views within the Newbury Conservation Area Management Plan, unlike those, for instance, from the High Street or the Canal. The committee report in front of you acknowledges the impact of the height of the internal blocks, namely blocks A and B, on the character of the conservation area, and concludes that the scale of the proposed development within the centre of the site would harm the significance of the conservation area and a number of listed buildings within it. However, in the committee report, it is acknowledged that whilst the increase in built form departs from the scale of Newbury, this is mitigated by the articulated and varied roof forms of the proposed development, which reduce the perception of massing at high levels from key views. In some of the key views, so areas from Northbrook Street that we showed you earlier, Bridge Street Marketplace, the proposed development now reads as gently climbing from the existing streetscape without overly dominating the adjacent buildings. I'm just going to move through, hopefully as briefly as possible, the report, highlighting the essential areas that need to be highlighted to you again, and talking about the planning balance. So the proposed development is for 427 build-to-rent units. Build-to-rent schemes are an intermediate form of housing, moving away from private individual landlords and open market housing towards a more institutionally, professionally managed rental scheme. For context, it is generally considered that build-to-rent is a positive way of meeting a growing demand in the UK housing market. Schemes will usually offer longer tenancy agreements with typically more professionally managed stock in single ownership and management control. Build-to-rent developments have the ability to significantly boost housing supply in comparison with traditional build-to-sell models. They are often able to develop faster and can be absorbed into the market more quickly. They are a method of utilizing high-density housing economies of scale and efficient use of space that can offer high-quality dwellings. They offer an increased housing choice for people priced out of the open market, people who may not be eligible for social housing, for instance, but can't afford their own home through lack of deposit, etc. That's a summary of build-to-rent. In addition to the housing proposed, the scheme has circa 3,000 square metres of use class E floor space, so shops, restaurants, cafes. It retains the cinema and restaurants on site. 632 cycle spaces, 3 new car club vehicle spaces, and 53 vehicle charging points. The site currently comprises the Kennet Centre, which was built in the late 70s, early 80s. It is in a state of decline, according to the applicants, and is considered to be failing as a shopping centre and in need of significant investment and repurposing. The development involves demolition of the majority of the centre, with the exception of View Cinema and multi-storey car park. The scheme is made up of 9 residential blocks, ranging from 2 to 8 stories in height. The previous applications in the appeal scheme considered the tallest elements, blocks A and B, have been reduced by 2 stories. The report covers the planning history in more detail. The previous scheme was refused and initially appealed, but through work with officers, a new scheme was submitted, which is the subject of this application. The site is within the settlement boundary of Newbury. It's within the conservation area and in proximity to listed buildings. All the constraints are listed within the report in front of you. In addition, there are various consultation responses that are, again, listed in the report. Town Council have raised their objections. Newbury Society have raised objection. Historic England have provided a response. They're all covered in detail in the report in front of you. Internal consultees, such as the lead local flood authority, highways officers, archaeology, ecology, and tree officers, all have raised no objection. Our economic development officers support the application. Our environmental health officers have raised concern in regard to the development, which I'll cover later in the presentation. Since the previous committee, the Health and Safety Executive have provided an updated response, given that the development involves tall buildings. Those are circa around 18 metres in height or a certain number of stories. They have provided comments due to the height of the buildings following updated consultation arrangements from Health and Safety Executive and post-Grenfell Tower disaster. They raised no objections. The applicant's fire statement is considered acceptable to HSE at this stage of the planning process. They reference to later regulatory stages in HSE responses is in regard to building regulations beyond the planning regime. The council has received a large number of representations, which are summarised in the application report. We've received 147 letters of objection, 2 in support and 2 providing ambivalent views. As part of the previous updates and reports, we have recorded 4 sheets of petitions from the Newbury Society, totaling 65 signatures, and a number of signatures, I think 76, have been made to an online petition. Moving on, the principal development, we are in the centre of Newbury in a highly sustainable location, redeveloping brownfield site in settlement boundaries. The principal development is widely supported in the core strategy policies, ADPP1 and ADPP2 and CS1 in terms of delivery of housing. There is a net loss of around 15,000 square metres of Class E commercial floor space in comparison to the existing site. This would consist of both shop floor space and the internal walking areas, which are replaced by the public realm through the site. Some of the site is within flood zone 2, and therefore the provisions of the new development must pass sequential tests. The flooding sequential test of CS16. The officer report covers the sequential test, but it should be noted it's been passed. It has been previously raised why this site has not been allocated in the emerging local plan. It is officers' understanding that this is due to its location within the settlement boundary, where new sites are generally not allocated in the local plan. This is due to there already being a presumption in favour of new residential development within settlement boundaries. Moving through the report to the economic development section, the economic development team support the application on the grounds of the redevelopment of the Kennet Centre is key to unlocking the long-term viability and economic prosperity of Newbury and the wider district by meeting the changing needs of residents, businesses and visitors. It's recognised by economic development officers that if the site is not developed, then it will limit the ability of the town centre to grow as a main economic hub of West Berkshire and a destination for residents and visitors. There is a risk that the Kennet Centre, as it is now, an outdated and redundant commercial site, will become a stranded asset if it's not allowed to redevelop and improve. The Newbury Town Centre Master Plan carries little weight in the planning process, as it doesn't form part of the local plan, but it recognises the Kennet Centre is a secondary shopping centre in the town centre, which is older and noticeably more dated than Parkway and provides a lower quality of retail offering. It is recognised in the master plan that if redevelopment is approved, the scheme will reduce the overall volume of floor space whilst offering new flexible uses of commercial areas. Over the last decade, the Kennet Centre has seen rising vacancy rates as occupiers have slowly moved away from the site. This has caused employment on the site to drop by approximately 47%. So in 2012, we had around 349 full-time equivalent staff. In 2020, this dropped to 185, according to the applicant's economic impact assessment of September 2023. The proposed redevelopment is estimated to create a net employment capacity of 134 additional full-time equivalent jobs. The development will provide a residential space for 427 households, which are expected to generate 7.5 million per year in expenditure for the local economy, thus providing the Eagle Quarter and town centre with a large customer base. Vacant retail space has been on the rise across the UK since 2020, with Newbury adhering to this trend. Since previous committees, the applicant has undertaken surveys of Newbury. There are approximately 50 units in total that are vacant. There are 50 units in total in the Kennet Centre, and 14 of those units are vacant. Of the let units, all bar one are temporarily occupied. Both landlord and tenants can break at short notice. A significant number of tenants in the Kennet Centre are occupying on the basis of contributing to rates and service charges and pay no rent. The net rent the centre for the Kennet Centre is negative. It is being cross-subsidised by the cinema block. The applicants are forecasting that if the whole centre will go negative in 2025 when they expect a number of tenants to vacate post-Christmas. In terms of the wider context of Newbury, the applicants undertook a survey which identified 49 vacant units throughout the town centre. The applicants have sought to clarify the proposed retail scheme's advantages in the proposed redevelopment. It will consolidate the retail offer in this part of Newbury, providing affordable floor space for startups and established businesses, unlike the vacant floor space identified within the town centre, which proposals, the proposed development will give the following advantages and incentives. The size of the units will be relatively small. However, the units can be interchangeable, which means they can be combined to create larger units should demand exist. And this has the potential to allow business to expand and grow in the proposed development. The units will be built to a white box standard in the proposed development, meaning it will be the fit out costs for new businesses will be minimized. As such, the reduction in commercial floor space identified earlier and in my report is justifiable given the outdated and long-term vacancy of the Kennet Centre, the competition from existing shopping centres such as Parkway, and the pedestrian benefits gained across Newbury from the redevelopment of the pedestrianised street. Overall, the Economic Development Officer supports the application. Moving to affordable housing, CS6 is concerned with affordable housing of the core strategy. It would seek 30% affordable housing, which would equate to 128 units. It is, however, the applicant's case that no affordable housing units can be delivered on the site as the development is considered unviable. Policy CS6 notes that the provision of affordable housing is subject to the economics of provision. The summary contained in the report gives you an idea of the development costs. The scheme delivering 100% private built-to-rent units, gross development of about 130 million. The cost of delivering the scheme is 158 million. The applicants have assumed a developer return of around 14 million, 158 million, sorry, and a developer return of 14.52 million, which equates 12%. Could be argued that they could use a higher profit figure due to which would make the development even less viable. Delivering 100% private tenure mix, the scheme generates a residual land value of 41.61 million. Again, the existing use value of the site is 4.25 million. When the residual land value of the proposed scheme delivering 100% tenure is compared against the benchmark value of 4.68 million, this produces a deficit of minus 46.36 million. Therefore, the scheme is unable, in the applicant's eye, to provide any affordable housing in the applicant's approach. The council has employed an independent viability consultant, Dixon Sill, to review this scheme and the applicant's financial viability appraisal. The conclusion of our consultants is that the development is not viable and cannot provide affordable housing. It must be noted that the scheme is a complicated brownfield redevelopment with a large building on the site, meaning demolition costs are high. The sensitive nature of the adjacent buildings and the high quality design that is required to fit into the conservation area all add costs to the brownfield redevelopment. These factors contribute to why this site might not provide affordable housing units and other simpler sites might do. The development does not strictly conflict with does not strictly conflict with CS6, as the policy makes allowances for the economics development to dictate the level of contribution. It is obviously a negative that no affordable housing is delivered, and the weight afforded to this issue will be discussed. Heritage, the Kennet Centre is an 80s and 70s, 80s shopping centre located centrally in Newbury. It is in close proximity to listed buildings, forming a backdrop to those further afield. It has a prominent location in Newbury, forming an island site bounded by streets, Market Street to the south, Cheap Street and Marketplace to the east. Due to its central location in the core of the town, any redevelopment of the site has the potential to impact the significance of the conservation area and setting of numerous listed buildings and non-designated heritage assets. These are experienced from a number of short-term and medium-distant viewpoints within the town centre. The conservation area holds above 150 listed buildings and structures and a number of heritage assets of local significance that are covered in the officer report. Since the previous committee, the Newbury Conservation Area Appraisal and Management Plan was adopted by the council on the 28th of November. This is therefore a material consideration in all our planning decisions which impact the Newbury Conservation Area. The special interest and significance of the town centre conservation area is summarised in section 12 of the committee report in front of you. These considerations are in line with the findings of the Newbury Conservation Area Appraisal and Management Plan. The officer report outlines the considerations. Overall, having assessed the proposal against the recently adopted management plan, officers' views are unchanged on the impact on the conservation area as expressed in the report in front of you. Although there's no single architectural style in Newbury, there is generally a high quality stock of 18th and 19th century buildings and the survival of some 16th and 17th century buildings. There's a shared palette of materials, narrow plots, fine urban grain to buildings, and generally a low level of buildings that create a strong and coherent character. Whilst building heights within the town centre vary due to differing designs, the majority of buildings are of relatively small scale, comprising 2 and 3 stories, with the occasional attic, floor and dormers, the exception being the Corn Exchange Town Hall and the towers of St Nicholas and St Joseph's Church, which intentionally protrude above the roofline of the surrounding buildings and form key landmarks within the area. The proposed development results in substantial increase in height and built form, especially towards the centre of the site, which would be perceived in a range of townscape views. The new perimeter buildings, alongside landscaping and associated works, will result in altered streetscapes and views through the conservation area. Historic England confirmed that, in their view, the proposal is at a point where, if properly detailed, the harm cannot get much lower if the scale of the proposed development is to be delivered. They advise that if the council is satisfied that the scale of development proposed is needed to deliver the benefits, then this would be clear and convincing justification. Your officers have considered that there is clear and convincing justification for the scale of the development proposed. It is clear that the loss of the 70/80s shopping centre has been clearly and convincingly justified due to its limited architectural benefit that the current design of the current centre holds. The proposed demolitions are necessary to provide a more appropriate building envelope that would enhance the town centre by providing permeability and connections through the town centre and replacing existing unattractive and largely blank facades with new buildings that respect the historic plot patterns, architectural detailing and materials of the conservation area. The retention of the existing building structures and upgrading these have been explored, but it is not possible to achieve this and provide a high quality development. Quantums and heights have been reduced through discussions with officers and Historic England since the previous applications, and the process to a minimum required in order to make the development of this site viable and to achieve a high quality architectural and material design. There is evidence in the accompanying financial viability assessment that demonstrates that any further reduction in the quantum of proposed development would result in a scheme that would be further unviable. The viability assessment is considered to contribute to the clear and convincing justification for the volume and scale of the proposed form. While the height of the internal blocks have been reduced, they are still considered to be substantially taller than those surrounding built form, departing from the scale and massing of Newbury's historic core. The scale of the proposed development within the centre of the site would harm the significance of the conservation area and a number of listed buildings within it. It is acknowledged that the reduction in height of these blocks has materially reduced their impact on the key town centre views. However, the increased massing and built form can still be perceived in the scheme. While the increase in built form departs from the scale of Newbury as a historic market town, this is mitigated in part by the articulated and varied roof forms of the proposed development, which reduce the perception of massing at a high level. Whilst the development is still considered to harm the significance of the conservation area and a number of listed buildings within it, the harm has been meaningfully reduced since previous applications. This level of harm is considered to be of a low to moderate level of less than substantial. The proposed scheme will result in harm to the significance of the conservation area and the setting of surrounding listed buildings. and largely and non-designated heritage assets, largely as a result of the increased height and scale in the centre of the site. Paragraph 213 of the NPPF, the National Planning Policy Framework, states that any harm to or loss of significance of a designated heritage asset should require clear and convincing justification. The officer report sets out why your officers feel that there is clear and convincing justification for the scale of development proposed. With respect to paragraph 213 of the framework, the conservation officer considers the scheme will result in less than substantial harm to the significance of the conservation area and the setting of the listed buildings. They also consider that this harm has been quite significantly reduced from first iterations of the scheme. Conservation area officer considers that the harm would now be to a low moderate level of less than substantial harm to the heritage assets. However, it is important to note that despite being at the lower end of less than substantial, this harm is real and serious and carries significant weight in the planning balance. The less than substantial harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal in the planning balance carried out by the decision maker. In carrying out this balancing exercise, great weight should be given to the conservation of designated heritage assets. In regard to urban design, the layout has been carefully designed to integrate into the town centre, paying special regard to the urban grain, provides a permeable layout connecting streets and offering a strong framework of north to south and east to west links. The redevelopment of the Kennet Centre would also open the area in the centre of the site to the public rather than it being closed off inside the shopping centre, which closes at night. This would provide a new street with active frontages, cafes, seatings and landscaping. The layout and arrangement of the blocks is such that public spaces will be overlooked. In addition, each building has an active frontage, either commercial or residential, and the scheme therefore provides high levels of natural surveillance which help reduce opportunities for crime and disorder. The proposed development is considered to create an acceptable environment in terms of impacts to neighbouring amenity. The design of the development adheres to existing street patterns. The windows facing out the development serving residential development would follow our SBG's requirements in terms of minimum street depths. These distances ensure spacing between windows are acceptable. The area of contention in regard to amenity from our environmental health officer's perspective is the Newbury Public House, which has a terrace to the rear, which would be overlooked by blocks in the residential development. This terrace of the Newbury Public House has music events on it, which may give rise to noise issues with the proposed development. Noise assessments have been undertaken by the applicants and were considered by officers. Several rounds of surveying have been submitted, and environmental health officers concern that live music on the terrace would result in significant noise levels, which in the future is likely to make the residential developments undesirable in terms of amenity. The flats in Block B are in close proximity to the terrace and would directly overlook it. Flats in Blocks E and F would also be significantly affected. It appears that around 100 flats would have exposed facades to the Newbury terrace. There is some debate over the Newbury's licence conditions, but it's clear that notwithstanding this, there is a close proximity to the public house between the nighttime economy and the future receptors of noise. Environmental health officers have suggested that facades of the properties overlooking the Newbury's terrace will require a high level of sound insulation. Mechanical ventilation will be required to eliminate the need to open windows for ventilation. Suitable attenuation for all openings would be required, the details of which could be agreed by planning condition. There would still be a high level of noise that would be received by those in the communal gardens and the private balconies of these developments. The acoustic consultant states that there are times at which the use of these communal gardens and private balconies might not be at the same time as those where music events, for instance, would take place within the Newbury's terrace. Planning officers consider that suitable mitigation measures could be introduced for the noise sources that could be that they would be considered typical for the town centre location, such as customers' voices from the beer garden and music from within the licensed premises. Despite this, there would be a reduced future amenity restricting it for future residents somewhat by restricting the ability to open windows and control noise from internal perspective. It it is acknowledged that the development does conflict with policies in regard to noise for future residents. However, officers are confident that this can be mitigated to an acceptable level in a town centre environment by planning conditions. In terms of outdoor amenity space, the development should provide 25 square metres of shared amenity space per flat. The development provides 12.9 square metres of amenity space across the site, which in the form of many of the rooftop terraces. It is officers' experience and inspectors recognise the constraints of the development mean that providing our recommended levels can be difficult, and have accepted developments in Thatcham and Newbury, for instance, with a lower level of amenity space, certainly lower than the threshold required by our SPG. The development does not provide any public open space provision, but is acknowledged that the site is a brownfield town centre development and provision of open space would be very difficult. The site is located near the towpath and parks in Newbury, and it does provide a financial contribution to the upkeep of these public open spaces. In regard to highways, our highways officer will speak on the development shortly. Regarding sustainable construction, the development will meet BREEAM Excellent for the commercial areas. CS15 requires new development to achieve net zero carbon emissions, subject to the provisions being technically or economically viable. The development aims to utilise technologies such as ground source heat pumps to reduce its carbon emissions. It does not meet the zero carbon aims of CS15. However, as expressed earlier, given the viability of the development being constrained, the provision of further renewables would add to the build cost, making the development even more unviable. In regard to sustainable drainage and flood risk, the surface water management, despite not meeting the target rate of flow, the proposal does provide significant betterment over the existing scenario, according to the data submitted by the applicants. The proposal would alleviate pressure on the Thames water surface water sewers over the existing scenario. Our archaeology officers have raised no objections. Tree officers acknowledge that the landscaping proposed in the scheme will be more than the existing shopping centre and has considered this a benefit. The ecology officer acknowledges that there is a limited level of ecology on the site. No compulsory biodiversity net gain is required, as the application was submitted prior to the relevant legislation coming into force. My report outlines the planning obligations and the monies to be paid to address various requirements of the planning application. Moving through, we at the conclusion, at the planning balance and the conclusion, my report outlines the hierarchy of weight and the planning balance, and it's shown in the report. The benefits of the proposals, obviously in regard to housing, it would deliver 427 dwellings on previously developed land in a highly sustainable town centre location. It is widely known that the UK has a housing crisis, and delivery of housing is a priority for the current government to tackle this crisis. This is a very important social benefit, attracting great positive weight. The increase in housing requirement of the new MPPF for West Berkshire reaffirms the high degree of weight to this benefit. Those 427 new dwellings would be built to rent, which gives an intermediate form of housing. In terms of townscape, the proposed development creates a continuous street from Newbury Town train station into the town centre, increasing legibility of the town centre, connecting key sustainable transport facilities to commercial and shopping areas, in comparison to the existing brick wall that greets those who walk from Market Street redevelopment. These changes cannot be understated in terms of planning benefit to Newbury, and this attracts great positive weight. The development proposes to alter a dated and failing shopping centre with the proposed development of a highly attractive design. It would alter currently empty shop frontages to active and attractive frontages, enhancing the streetscape externally around the site in Newbury. The proposed street through the development would be a significant enhancement compared to the current enclosed shopping centre. This issue attracts significant positive weight. In terms of surface water management, as expressed earlier, there is a betterment over the existing situation, and moderate weight is given to this benefit. The proposed development may at times displace users in terms of users of the Kennet car park to other car parks in Newbury. However, this impact is limited and mitigated by the proposed obligation to improve parking facilities and connectivities at the Market Street multi-storey car park. Therefore, the obligation in place to mitigate this harm results in this issue having neutral weight in the planning balance. The provision of renewable energies within development would attract neutral weight. The proposed development would secure some renewable energies to the level of building regulations, but does not meet our aims of CS15s. In terms of disbenefits of the application, the proposed development would not provide any affordable housing unit. This attracts significant negative weight in the planning balance. The district has a large affordable housing need that needs to be addressed. Despite this, weight given to this negative is reduced because the development is not viable to deliver affordable housing. In terms of heritage, the National Planning Policy Framework advises that great weight is to be given to the conservation of designated heritage assets. The Conservation Officer has advised that there is a low level of less than substantial harm to the heritage assets in Newbury. The harm to these assets would be low to moderate, but nevertheless, great weight needs to be applied. Moderate negative weight is given to the issue of future occupiers' amenity, to which may be impacted by the nighttime economy of the Newbury Public House. Moving forward, in regard to the planning balance, in accordance with Section 38(6) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004, Section 72 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990, as amended, the application should be determined in accordance with the development plan unless there are material considerations that indicate otherwise. Given the significant increase in housing requirement, the housing trajectory indicates the council is not able to demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable housing at the current time, pending the adoption of the local plan review. As such, it is considered that the tilted balance in the presumption of favour of sustainable development, paragraph 11D of the framework, is engaged. This means that planning permission should be granted unless the application of policies in this framework that protect areas or assets of particular importance provides a strong reason for refusing the development proposed, or any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in this framework taken as a whole. Having particular regard to key policies for directing development to sustainable locations, making effective use of land, securing well-designed places, and providing affordable homes individually or in combination. Given this, the balancing scales are tipped further in favour of this development. Previously, our recommendation was finally balanced. The introduction of the tilted balance due to the lack of 5-year housing land supply means that the recommendation is firmer towards approval. The application includes a variety of planning benefits and disbenefits, such as a balanced conclusion is required. It is considered by officers that taken together, the planning benefits of the proposal outweighs the disbenefits. This conclusion is reached having particular regard to the redevelopment opportunities represented by this proposal and the increasing housing requirement. Moreover, in the context of the new NPPF's presumption in favour of sustainable development, it's not considered that NPPF policies provide a strong reason for refusing the development as per point I in paragraph 11D of the framework, and that adverse impacts of the development would not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the proposed development as per point II in paragraph 11D. This is especially true when considering the latter part of 11D(ii), where particular regard in the tilted balance is given to directing development to sustainable locations, such as town centres like Newbury, and making effective use of land, such as brownfield sites, and securing well-designed places. Overall, it's considered that the development plan and material considerations are such that the planning permission should be granted. As such, the application is recommended for approval, subject to conditions and completion of the Section 106 agreement. The full recommendation is provided in your report. Should the 106 agreement, the legal agreement, not be completed, the recommendation is for refusal. There is a list of conditions within the report, which I'm happy to take questions on. However, I don't propose to head through that. There is no updates for you on the update sheet from officers, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Mr. Goddard, have you got any comments to make?
Is that better? It wasn't put in properly. There we are. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to generally follow the report from pages 63. That deals with all the highways and transport matters associated with this planning application. Firstly, to begin with traffic generation. Your officers, the question before you is whether this proposal will increase traffic generation in Newbury Town Centre from existing conditions. We are all aware that at times during any typical week, Newbury Town Centre can become congested, as with all prosperous and successful town centres. Your highway officers take the view that this proposal will not make any traffic congestion worse than what is already experienced. And that is because in previous years, the Kennet Shopping Centre has been much busier than what it is now. And the onset of shopping trends since COVID-19 has further increased those changes. So therefore, even with the increase in residential units and the significant decrease in retail units, overall, we think that the traffic levels will balance from what it once was. Access and site layout. The Kennet Shopping Centre multi-storey car park access and exit would remain unchanged. The existing service ramp onto Market Street will be removed and the access closed. There is a new proposed access onto Cheap Street, opposite roughly where the former post office was. There is a further access proposed on Bartholomew Street, which would not only serve the commercial aspects of this development, but would also provide a car park of 83 car parking spaces for residents. There are some implications to providing this access, because it would result in a section of Bartholomew Street becoming two-way, and that would require the relocation of the existing bollards further northwards to allow that section of road become two-way. That section of road will also be enhanced and resurfaced by the applicants. There would also be a two-way cycle route that would be provided through this section of road. Also, with the provision of Bartholomew Street being to become two-way, the existing traffic signals to the south, Market Street, Bartholomew Street, would need to be reconfigured by the applicant to allow vehicles to travel south from Bartholomew Street, which they currently do not do. So I think all those items so far in the presentations that have been made on this case have all been relatively straightforward. The biggest issue in assessing the planning application and raised at previous committees has been car parking levels. And we've got a slide to show you which details the existing and proposed car parking levels within the site. And it is as per floor. So currently, within the existing Kennet Centre shopping car park, there are 415 car parking spaces. And due to the loss of the outside area on the second level and various other configurations, that level was being reduced to 392. but there is an increase in 83 with the car parking being proposed with the access from Bartholomew Street that I mentioned earlier. So overall, there is a total of 475 parking spaces. There is also, as has been mentioned quite a bit previously, a parking area accessed via the ramp off Market Street, which is used by staff, retail staff and servicing. There is 47 spaces marked out in there, but your officers take the view that a lot more in its day would have been accommodated up there with service vehicles and other space that would allow car parking. However, this car parking area, because it serves the staff and servicing of the existing shopping centre, the usage of it is low. And it would set to be lower even still with the number of retail offer being reduced from around 19,000 square metres to around 2,500. So we do not consider that the loss of this car parking, which is already not used much in any case, should not be a concern. With 475 car parking spaces, the proposal complies with policy P1 of the Housing Site Allocations DPD, which requires 471 spaces. However, the question has always been whether this level of car parking would work as a dual-use car park. Dual use being commercial, retail during the day, and residential at night. And your officers have done quite a bit of work on this with support by the applicants. We have undertaken parking surveys of nearby flatted residential developments in the town centre. The applicants have supplied parking survey information of the Kennet Shopping Centre development itself from November 2022. And by adding up all those figures, we project that most of the time during the week, that proposed level of car parking on the screen there should be able to serve all uses of car parking. We also have found that at weekends, the demand could be surplus to that 475 figure by some 40 to 90 cars. And therefore, your officers had to have to give further thought to how to mitigate that particular issue. So what we've also done is we commissioned car parking surveys of the town centre's car parks, particularly at weekends, for car parks mainly south of the River Kennet. And we have found that most of the car parks around the wharf and the Corn Exchange are quite heavily utilised. But the Station Market Street car park was virtually empty. So the solution before you is that we can redirect car parking, if this car park becomes full, to other car parks, such as the Market Street train station car park. There's two difficulties to that. Firstly, the visual message signing that was put in associated with the Parkway development has somewhat aged and is in need of replacement. We estimate that replacing the town centre's car parks visual message signing would cost around £1 million. The council already has half that budget, and the applicants have offered to make up the rest. So we'll have an adequate signage system to redirect any visitors to the car park at times when it is full, particularly at weekends. The second issue is that the Market Street train station car park, it was designed for commuters, designed for council officers to park in, wasn't really designed for shoppers. And so we have worked with the applicant and we are proposing to provide some improvements to the car park, which they will fund for us. So some improvements would include making the doors easier to use, including by disabled persons, improvements to directional signage within the car park, enhancements to the surface markings, particularly for pedestrian routes, to direct them to the lift areas, and improvements to the footways from here, from the site to the car park itself. So with all those measures in mind, the off-site highway works, the financial contributions that we've mentioned, on balance, your highway officers will recommend approval of this planning application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Goddard. So we're now going to move on to our speakers on the application. And as I mentioned earlier on, we're actually going to ask the Town Council to come forward first. We already did suspended. We already suspended standing orders. Councillor Ward, if you want to, 10 minutes. Do you want to be told at minute 9?
Since we were all advised that it was definitely going to be 5 minutes this time, I don't think I shall need to be to be shut up at any time. But anyway, yes, thank you. If you would, if I do by chance do that.
Thank you.
And could I just say as well, my apologies that somehow or other we missed the signals about this, and thank you for your allowance of allowing me to speak to you this evening. Yeah, thank you. So Newbury Town Council has had a long engagement with this application and its predecessors. As the first local council to declare a climate emergency, we liked the environmental aspirations in the applications, and we've welcomed the applicants' presentations to meetings of our Planning and Highways Committee, of which I chair, incidentally. And if anybody doesn't know, I'm Councillor Andy Moore, and so I'm on Newbury Town Council as the chair of Planning and Highways. But from the very beginning, we've registered major worries about the sheer size and scale of the proposal, its height and massing, and the effect on our town and conservation area should it proceed. As early as June 2021, we expressed deep concern, followed by a strong objection to another iteration in October 2022. When the earlier applications went to appeal, we registered as a Rule 6 party and prepared a substantial submission. The objections therein were summarised as the scale of the proposed development would irreparably ruin the existing character of Newbury. The height of the proposed development would have a seriously detrimental impact on the town centre conservation area and the listed buildings nearby. The proposed development does not meet the requirement for a diversified housing supply for Newbury. The appeal was withdrawn, so we move on to the current application. We hoped this would recognise and respond to the huge public concern expressed about the earlier applications as voiced by the Newbury Society and the Town Council. Regrettably, we don't find that much has changed. We considered the current application first on the 6th of November 23 with the following summary submitted. It is out of scale with the character of the Newbury Town Centre conservation area. It does not preserve or enhance the listed buildings in its vicinity, and it fails to meet Historic England guidance regarding public benefits. Slightly different emphases, but the same overall conclusion. And the minor changes that are subsequently made did not convince us to change our minds in March of last year. Our Heritage Working Group prepared a report which was adopted on behalf of the Town Council and submitted with our November 23 consultation response. This report was informed by the perspectives developed by the Newbury Society. Key for the Town Council was the potential effect on iconic historic buildings along Bartholomew Street, where the Newbury, a listed public house, would be dominated and diminished. On Cheap Street leading into the marketplace, the same is true with the Catherine Wheel, which is dwarfed by the 7 stories plus roof that would loom behind it. The AVR images from Bear Lane perfectly illustrate how Newbury's older buildings would indeed be dominated and diminished. I'd like to just make some comment on additional piece of information in relation to scale and massing. This is the in the pack, and it's the reference to the conservation area appraisal and management plan, and it's referred to in page 18 from section 2.9 onwards of the pack. Now, whilst the Town Council has been following the development of this document, and indeed has been consulted on its development and welcomes its adoption, it clearly wasn't available when we considered the earlier applications. Had it been, I'm sure that we wouldn't have drawn attention to the wording on height, mass and bulk, which is replicated at para 219 on page 20 of your pack. We would not have concluded in the way that para 220 apparently does, that building heights which depart from the generally low scale of Newbury can be excused in the way described. Beyond heritage and voiced in our earlier submissions were concerns about mix and affordability of housing. It's perhaps difficult to imagine the site being redeveloped with other than flats, but there are a lot of apartments in the town centre. Parkway, Market Street and the forthcoming Bond House are large sites, but there are a good many smaller ones. We would like to see a greater mix of property types, and this is supported by the survey conducted in the early phase of producing our neighbourhood development plan, well over 2 to 1 in favour of houses over flats. The same survey showed good support for affordable housing, and it is deeply disappointing to find that the argument for no affordable housing has apparently been accepted. Given our overwhelming concerns about scale, we've not looked deeply into issues such as amenity space, notably below the requirement, and car parking. Indeed, if the scale were much reduced, the parking equation might be easier to solve. Highways officers, as you just heard, appear to be persuaded that parking is now acceptable, albeit with a lot of detail to be agreed, but on the basis that residents would pay and contend with visitors to town centre facilities. Potentially neither residents nor visitors would be satisfied and try elsewhere in the already crowded streets off the main thoroughfares of South Newbury. The officer's report for this meeting and the application comes down to a judgment of planning balance, as it often does. Provision of housing is given great positive weight, but couldn't such provision be made elsewhere? In fact, perhaps it already is being done in the mention of the other flats in the town centre. And maybe that provision might improve on the significant negative weight of no affordable housing. Economic benefit is given significant positive weight, but it's not impossible to envisage how such benefits might derive from other schemes which might enhance yet further the offer of our town centre. The impact on heritage is correctly given great negative weight, but there's no alternative to that. If this application were approved, our heritage would be irreparably damaged. Newbury Town Council does not object to the principle of redeveloping the Kennet Centre site, but we and large numbers of residents regard this application as an existential threat to the character of our town. So please, I urge you to refuse the application, then let us try to find another route to the use of this key area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. If you just stay there, well, are there any questions? Councillor Barnett.
Through you, Chairman, thank you for your presentation, Councillor Moore. You made a comment in relationship to apartments and flats in the town, considerable number. Could you elaborate what you're referring to when you said there's a large number?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned in my piece the significant and large scale developments that are have been or are just coming on stream. So Parkway, Market Street, Bond House. Anecdotal evidence that not all of those are picking up occupants at the rate that you might expect. But we've got, for example, the site at Jewson's on Pound Street. That's providing nearly another 100 properties. And the Town Council, the Planning and Highways Committee sees all the applications coming through. And it's been notable in recent times the number of shops, for example, where the floors above the shops don't seem to be used now for the retail function, and they're changing those into flats. Maybe only 2 or 3 in each case, but there are many of these. Numbers of offices over recent times have been turned back into housing. That's the town centre. But then you look a little bit wider. You've got the Stirling Cable site, for example, recently brought on stream, and then where might we go with, for example, the London Road Industrial Estate. So I think there feels to me to be plenty of capacity.
Councillor Vickers.
Yeah, Councillor Moore, you referred to the view from Bear Lane. The update report and the CM, the Conservation Area Appraisal document, which says that the Bear Lane views are not historically significant. And wouldn't you agree that once you've walked up Bear Lane towards the Kennet Centre now, and you've reached the junction or the end of Cheap Street, you really, by that stage, you are now on a historic route, and there would be a very limited view of the centre of the site, which is much more visible from further down.
It certainly would be more visible from further down, and of course, if you turn around and look the other way, you've got the eyesore from a previous generation.
Yeah.
The BT Tower.
Yes.
I think you'd have to be really quite close up to the Catherine Wheel before the 7 stories above the 2 stories of the Catherine Wheel would cease to be, very evident to you. That would be my view.
Thank you.
Councillor Abbs.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hello, Councillor Moore. We talked about that street, and that's fine. That's only one view from, and of course the development is taking up, half the town centre. So, are there any other areas where you think the massing would become really visible, rather than just the one that the officers are dismissing because of its heritage?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the views are important, but I'm not altogether sure that they necessarily are the whole thing to do with the scale and massing. Yes, it's if it dominates your view, it's not good. I think it's just the sheer feel, when you're going to be in that area of the town in future, that it's just really, really dominant. I mean, I referred on a previous one of these presentations to the business of being in, say, US cities and coming across a church built in their early days, now simply surrounded by skyscrapers. It's not going to be quite as bad as that, but it just feels to me like we're going to be in that sort of situation.
Can you confirm? I don't think the town council would have had a chance to look at the new NPPF and the associated.
Well, certainly not in this context. No.
So you can't really comment on.
No, not really. No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Finally, I think you've mentioned the lots of flats already. That's anecdotal. Has the town council done any surveying of any of the estate agents to try and quantify that, as opposed to just having a feeling about it?
Yeah, not that I can quote to you. I think 1 or 2 members have got information on that, but I haven't got anything that I could give you. My anecdote from a previous meeting was delivering leaflets into Market Street. I still think that's less than half occupied. So Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, councillor.
Thank you.
Can I now ask Dr. Peacock and Mr. Pick to come to the lectern, please? Is it just you?
There are 3 people.
Can you turn it?
So 3 people to speak, and if the committee is acceptable, so I would like to speak for 4.5 minutes. Anthony for 1.5 minutes.
We haven't list Dr. Peacock.
Do you not have I thought this had been endorsed. No. I thought
this had just been sorted by your colleague who did try and find my application, which was submitted in time yesterday.
she was in the meeting.
I'm being advised by legal that we haven't had any registration from anybody else. I'm really sorry.
Do you know her name? Yeah. The woman who, yeah. She's not in there now?
I believe this is Mrs. Reid, or Miss Reid.
I don't know.
Yeah, we have searched all of the, since it's been raised, we've searched all of the inboxes we have, and we've got no record, I'm afraid.
Councillor Pemberton.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. Is it possible to suspend standing orders to allow the third person to speak?
As long as legal say that's okay, that can I have your name?
Jane Reid, READ.
Sorry, we would need, just for formality, we would need to suspend
again.
Standing orders in relation to the need to register ahead of today's meeting to enable this person to speak. If I could have a proposer.
Okay, well, I'm happy to propose that we've already suspended now, haven't we?
We've only suspended the time at the present time, and we specifically suspended the standing orders to enable, and it was quite specific to enable Newbury Town Council councillor to speak.
Okay, I can do that again. So can I'm proposing that we suspend standing orders to allow Mrs. Reid to speak as part of an objection. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Sumner. All in favour? Thank you. I'd like to come to the lectern then, Mrs. Reid.
Sorry?
Yes. So you're going to speak?
For 4.5 minutes for me, 1.5 minutes and 4 minutes, if that's acceptable to the committee.
As long as it only a ghost of 10 minutes, it's
Should
perfectly
add up
acceptable.
to-
Certainly. Okay. Dr. Peacock, would you want to start?
Sorry.
Please don't interrupt. Mrs. Reid, would you like to come to the lectern, please?
So before you start timing, could you call up the Newbury Society's images? And just to start, one correction in terms of the Newbury Society organised a petition against these proposals, which received about 1,200 signatures, which goes against what was said by the officer in the report. That was a total of 1,168 signatures collected online, and the rest of them were paper submissions added at various stages, presented at various stages to the council.
I think we have that in the papers, actually. Dr. Peacock.
It's there previously, but the figures given to the meeting were not accurate.
Okay. Would you like to start your time now?
Okay, so this is so Block D in Market Street. This is part of the 6-storey wall of flats that will be visible in Market Street. If you look to the right of Block D, you see the scale of the cinema as it currently exists. Can you move on to the next slide? Okay, so looking at the cinema as it is now in relation to the restaurant behind, you get the scale of the cinema, and now back to Block D. So this is huge compared to the height of the cinema. So that is Block D in Market Street. Moving on 2 slides, and again. Okay, so this is the end of Block S, south end of Block S. This is more of the 6-storey wall of flats in Market Street. This is where 66 existing public parking spaces are being demolished as part of this scheme. So this, and if you notice the scale of Block D as illustrated previously in relation to the cinema, and look at the way that Block D is portrayed on the right of this illustration. Moving on. So on to Block E in Bartholomew Street. This is a 5-storey block of flats of no architectural merit. This is a block of 40 flats with no dedicated parking. If it were approved, this would be the tallest building on the street frontage in Bartholomew Street. And we would ask you to consider this, how you would respond to this if it were a standalone application. Moving on. This is the existing unimpressive part of the Kennet Centre, but the argument being put forward by the officers is that great weight, very positive weight, should be given to the improvement from this to a 5-storey block of flats of no architectural merit. And we would argue that this is simply not an improvement. Moving on. So this is Block S. This is the central block of the scheme. This is 8 stories high. This block on its own contains 121 flats. None of the 121 flats are affordable. There is no dedicated parking with Block S. According to council policy, this arrangement configuration of flats would require on its own 126 spaces. Is this really an appropriate building for Newbury Town Centre Conservation Area?
You have 30 seconds left.
Moving on. The bit behind the Catherine wheel here is Block A. Block A on its own would require that the whole scheme has only 83 new parking spaces. Block A on its own would require 84 spaces and everything else, all the other 400 parking spaces, the need for the other 400 parking spaces generated by this development, all of that feeds into a smaller multi-storey than the multi-storey we have at the moment. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Peacock. If you just remain there so that we can ask questions. Mr. Pick, would you like to start yours?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I have an issue with regard to parking, as I have explained on previous iterations of this hearing. I believe that it provides a potentially very serious problem for the future. A car park designed and built to provide a residence for visitors to Newbury as a retail, entertainment and cultural centre is being reassigned for use by Newbury residents, without regard for possible expansion in demand in future years, which can be foreseen and also may be unforeseeable, and without regard for the increase in size of vehicles that is currently occurring. These problems will already be evident to visitors and councillors at weekends and in the evenings, and future house building proposals, which are in front of this council, will clearly make the matter worse. The present convenience of the car park, the Kennet Centre as a car park for visitors should, in my submission, not be put at risk. West Berkshire Council has strict rules for car park provision in developments, and despite what has been said, no adequate reason has been given why those rules should, in my opinion, be thrown aside. Sufficient car parking should have been provided in the Eagle Quarter itself. I would like, if I have a few more minutes, to briefly mention the issue of the conservation area appraisal, which I propose to quote very briefly as certain sections. It is advised that building heights for each character area respect the established building heights in the immediate area. New developments should not be excessively tall or dominant, but should present a clear and logical continuation of the existing townscape. New development should not interrupt the overall roof line in the key views which have been set out. Now, I put it to this committee that this application does not, these are not my words, these are words of planning officers of this council. Whether they were written with this application in mind or not, I don't know. But I put it to you that this application does not meet those criteria.
Thank you, Mr. Pick. Mrs. Reid, would you like to come to the lectern? You have 4 minutes. Would you like me to tell you at minute 3?
Yes, that'd be useful. Thank you.
Oh, 3 minutes.
Okay, I've been a local resident on and off for about 30 years out of the last 55. I use the town centre almost every day, usually on foot. The detriment to the character and the visual impact of this development has been ably outlined by my colleagues. The inevitable destruction of the coherent atmosphere and pleasing diversity noted in the applicant's own historic character survey is obvious. I'd like to note that none of the photos show the development as pictured from Goldwell Park, which is a favourite haunt of mine, nor Donington. The internal landscaping and communal spaces so artistically rendered will not prosper when sitting in shadow at the bottom of an 8-storey canyon. We're seeing the results of global warming right now, with extremes of rain and wind increasing. The suggested structures will add a wind tunnel effect. I move on to housing. Government requirements for social and affordable housing are entirely disregarded as not economically viable. And I ask, what dispensatory power does the applicant have that enables it to do so? At present, Newbury is littered with empty flats. They're simply not selling either to owner-occupiers or landlords. Walk round the so-called urban village at night and the flats are dark. The units occupied quickly are the small houses with, surprisingly, a car parking space. What people need, as we saw so clearly during COVID, is a small, affordable housing unit with some sort of garden or integral open space. Tower blocks are simply not good for people, let alone children. And there will be children because the applicant's demographic forecast is far too narrow. People's lives do not fit into boxes, literally or metaphorically. We should note regarding housing that other historic towns such as Marlborough, Hungerford, Wantage and Wallingford are coping with housing without the need for massive constructions out their centres. Finally, with regard to traffic, the prospect of 3.5 years of construction traffic is appalling. Hundreds of thousands of tons of materials will need to be taken out during demolition or brought in for building. This means thousands of trips will be made by heavily laden lorries, negotiating only 2 roads to get in and out. Out of the 14 million or so projected profit for Loch Ilott, how much will be allocated to compensate for the inevitable damage to existing buildings, road surfaces, drainage, sewerage and water infrastructure? In the midst of all this, how will emergency vehicles access the existing town centre and the site? Note that the building industry has one of the highest accident rates across industry as a whole. And noting finally that the original centre was built in the 1970s and 80s, I ask, what lifespan does the applicant give their suggested structure? Will Newbury have to go through this all over again in another 30 years?
Comments to a close, please, Mrs. Reid.
Sorry?
Comments to a close, please.
Right. What we really need is housing that is smaller scale, more diverse, better planned, more appealing, more versatile and more adaptable to changing circumstances. And it should be built by companies with at least some semblance of local accountability.
Thank you. Mrs. Reid, can you stay there? Dr. Peacock, Mr. Pick, can you come back to the lectern, please? Do we have any questions for on it?
Sorry, I wasn't expecting to be the first one, Chairman. Question really is probably for Mr. Pick and Dr. Peacock. Mr. Pick, you mentioned there should be adequate parking supplied, and I think Dr. Peacock made it quite clear that certain blocks had no parking at all. In view of comments that have been made by the highways officers, can you sort of address what you think is the appropriate parking if you feel it's not appropriate what's been suggested by the highways officer up to this point?
The key problem here is the concept put forward by the officers of dual use, which effectively means counting every space in the multi-storey car park twice, counting it as 2 spaces. If anyone here was using the multi-storey car park in the run-up to Christmas, can you imagine that at that time you would give the residents of the new development the right to use every space within the multi-storey car park? Clearly, there is a severe conflict of interest between the two, and there'll be fewer spaces in the multi-storey car park than there are now.
That's a fair summary, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that answer. I don't know whether Mr. Pick wished to make any comment at all.
No, I've said rather a very fair summary. I think this whole concept of dual use is unsound.
Sorry, could you speak to the microphone, please? Because we need people online.
There are rules in this council which have been set up a few years ago. I think they're called P1, which say for every new habitation there is so many car parking spaces, depending on the size of the habitation. If it's very small, it's only 75% of a space at all. If there's 3 bedrooms, it has 2 spaces or whatever. And this should have been adhered to. I mean, when this application came in so many years ago, they should have been told, I'm sorry, you can't just put in 83, you need double or triple that. And that could be a question of judgment. And I don't want to pull a figure out of the air. The rules of this council have just been thrown away, set aside.
Okay. Are there any questions from any other members? No. Thank you very much, Mr. Pick, Dr. Peacock, Mrs. Reid. Can I now ask the applicant, Mr. Hugo Higgs from Luckelaw, come to the lectern, please? Thank you. And you have 10 minutes. Would you like me to tell you minute 9?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Before we start, can I ask Matthew if you can dig into the council's archives, please, and dig out this document. Which is the Como UK. It was registered under the 15th of May 24. And if we can get it up on the screen, please.
Madam Chairman, may I ask for a point of clarification? Is this not new information? I don't remember seeing it in the pack of any kind. Or...
I think it's probably on the website. Is that right?
Clarify, this is on the planning file.
Yeah. Correct.
So if it's been published on public access.
Thank you.
It's fine.
If I may pass a small comment, Chairman. It's the first time I've ever been in a meeting where we're allowed to just pull documents off of the website and have them presented. I kind of approve of it because that'll be very useful for later on, I think.
Thank you, Councillor Abbs. The legal advisor has not actually said I can't do that, so I'm going to carry on doing it.
Oh, I'm in favour of it. I'm
Thank you. Is there any possibility, Mr. Hague, that you can come back to this bit, or is it actually essential to your?
It's included within my speech.
Okay.
I mean, I can kick off and then when we get to the point, we'll just have to stop, but that would be obviously debilitating from the time point of view. So I'd rather not start until we've got it. It's on, but you get to the 15th of May, 2004, there's a whole series of documents that were registered onto the website, and
thank you.
Hopefully it wouldn't take long to find it.
Sorry, Mr. Pemberton. Councillor Pemberton.
Chairman, thank you. Just to make most efficient use of the time,
I've got a copy of it, Chairman. Just bring it
ignore
up.
me.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'll start then if you've got it. That's great. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming, and I hope you all had a good Christmas, and I wish you all well for the new year. There are four things I wish to talk about this afternoon. Firstly, less than substantial harm and the heritage aspect of the scheme. Secondly, affordable housing. Thirdly, car parking. And finally, the tilted balance. In relation to less than substantial harm, this is a judgment call on the effect our scheme has on the conservation area. We've reduced it from 11 stories to 7 and 8 at the highest point. We have no tall elements adjacent to listed buildings. The tallest elements manifest in the southernmost central section of the site. This considered design means that the height is hard to see inside the conservation area and generally speaking can only be seen from long distance views. We believe there is no harm, but even if there is, this should be weighed against the benefits the scheme brings. This is clearly explained in paragraph 13.46 of the committee report. We believe that the removal of the Kennet Centre, which has a negative contribution to the conservation area, and its replacement with a heritage design scheme will enhance the town. Affordable housing. When it comes to affordable housing, this has been reviewed by your consultants, Dixon Searle, and using their words, has been robustly tested. Both parties agree that the development costs are around 158 million. This includes 20 million of benefit costs, which including carbon reducing measures, which will save 2,700 tonnes of carbon a year, as well as £1.7 million worth of sustainable drainage improvements, which will manifest themselves in a 50% reduction in flow rates into the existing sewers around the Kennet Centre, as well as SIL and Section 106 contributions of approximately just over 2 million, together with 34 affordable shops. And I would just stop here for a second because we have had an awful lot of talk about affordable housing, but we haven't had any talk about affordable shops. We have a shopping centre which we are going to take down, and we're replacing it with the shops and flats. Those shops are affordable and ready to move into. And I think that weighs in the balance when considering no affordable housing on this site. And perhaps you could ask questions later on that if you like. Therefore, it is agreed that the scheme cannot afford affordable housing, and is clearly covered in paragraphs 12.15, 12.16 and 12.17. And this is in accordance with your policy, CS15. However, we have agreed to a re-evaluation clause, and should the revenues improved, we'd be happy to contribute to affordable housing if we can. It is worth noting that neither Market Street development nor Sterling Cables had any affordable housing. In fact, I think there were 2 on Market Street. And just recently, 110 units came forward from Sterling Cables as a windfall benefit to the town. And that also should be taken into consideration. It should also be noted that the redevelopment of this site will bring approximately 7.5 to actually 8.5 million pounds per annum of additional capital expenditure into the town once it's been finished, which is a very substantial amount. Car parking, and this is where I'd like to bring your attention to this Como UK Trust document, which has been submitted back in May, as you can see on the website. And it says, after long discussion, we have agreed the position with Mr. Goddard on car parking. The multi-storey car park was built to service this site and the town centre. We're replacing it with a build-to-rent flatted development, which are proven to require less parking. And if I could bring your attention now to page 6, where it says the 2021 consensus indicates that in England, nearly 60% of private rented households do not own a car. And there's the whole premise here of the lack of car parking doesn't take into consideration the tenure of what the proposal is, which is build to rent. Build to rent by its very definition has a far less high car parking requirement than private sale. P1 was written in 2017, a long time ago in reality, and did not consider build to rent, I think, at all. And so therefore, to compare our scheme, a build to rent scheme, which is a very modern concept, with owner occupied housing car park requirements, I think is wrong. And it should be taken into consideration. Also, please bear in mind that 50% of the flats within the development are studio or one beds. Are they really all going to have one car each? I don't think so. We had a scheme in Reading, it was 315 units, and there we only parked it at 15%, and it's hardly ever full. We also have we're also going to provide 3 cars on a car club sharing basis, and it would also be worthwhile just bringing your attention to the executive conclusion on page 1 of this document. And it says the proposed Eagle Quarter development is being built in an area of good potential for shared transport, reducing parking levels, and the provision of sustainable alternatives at Eagle Quarter will help the development to support Newbury and West Berkshire's sustainable transport, spatial planning and transport decarbonisation ambitions. Implemented in the way we have recommended in this report, the plans have the potential for an exemplar for shared transport provision in new developments. And to a certain degree, I addressed my case on the car parking. That's exactly what we are proposing. We also have, obviously, 632 bike spaces. The scheme also includes 53 EV charging points, 14 of which will be in the multi-storey, 39 under the new development, together with the 500,000 contribution to visual messaging signing and the town improvements to the Market Street car park. Finally, I would just like to mention the new MPPF, the revised tilted balance, which is a Christmas present we all received on the 12th of December from the government, and is a statutory document, and it is bound in law, so to speak, and cannot be challenged by any party. This requires West Berkshire to find an additional 500 units every year for the next 5 years, and in particular to prioritise sustainable brownfield sites. The MPPF now requires reason to refuse a scheme on heritage grounds, a strong reason, whereas it previously just required a clear reason. The officers rightly identify less than substantial harm. We identify none. So given the substantial benefits, there is no strong reason to refuse the scheme on heritage grounds. To build 427 units on a greenfield site would be to take about 50 acres of greenfield site to do so. Given the council's stated climate emergency, this type of development should be avoided wherever possible on sustainability grounds. Our highly sustainable redevelopment scheme necessitates removing a carbuncle in the conservation area and would enhance and rejuvenate the town centre and nearly deliver 1 year's worth of West Berkshire's shortfall on a brownfield site. A couple of points have come up from previous speakers. The nighttime economy, I'd just say, as far as the Newbury is concerned, and we've done monitoring, and we believe that they exceed their licenses, and we've reported that to the environment officers, but they will have approximately 1,000 new customers on their doorstep, and it will help them no end. And I'm sure there'll be a mutual resolving of that issue. And then on open space, I bring your attention to page 62 of the committee report, where we have a site that has no open space whatsoever.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. And on page 62, you'll see that we are going to put in about, in terms of communal amenity, 4,200 square metres. That's about an acre on a 5-acre site. So about 20% of our site is going for open space. This report doesn't seem to mention at all the balconies, albeit it is here as a stat. Every flat on the development has access to a balcony, as well as the roof terraces, etc. So in total, we believe that about 1.4 acres of open space in this scheme. I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Before we go to questions, Mrs. Hebbs, if you continue to shout out loud, I'm going to ask you to leave. So can you please be quiet? I know you cannot speak. You cannot speak. Please do not speak again. Councillor Abbs.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Haig. Thank you for mentioning the new NPPF. Could you comment, please, on Annex 2, Glossary B?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll read it out for you then, make life easier. Affordable housing for rent. This is talking about, this is that 4 times build to rent schemes get mentioned in the new NPPF, and I think the applicable one really is here. The landlord is a registered provider, which it would be, except where it's included as part of a build to rent scheme, in which case the landlord needs to be a registered provider to see. And it basically goes on to say, even build to rent schemes really should have affordable housing. So I wanted your take on the new NPPF and specifically how it seems to be indicating you should be providing affordable housing. Now, our policy says you should. The NPPF seems to say you should. So how come there isn't any? And the argument about, sustainability, we can get to separately if you wish, because I think there's subjective elements there. This is just facts.
Can I ask you a question then?
Yeah, of course you can, yes.
No, you can't. No,
I'm happy to answer questions.
No, you cannot.
The reality is it's about balance. We
agreed.
It's agreed point between Dixon Searle, who have reviewed all our viability stuff, and our viability consultants who are Rapley's, that the development cost is 158 million. In fact, we said, I think it was 158, they said it was 157, but that's arguing a toss. But the point here, within that cost, is the provision of 34 new little shoplets, independent shops of about 500 square foot each. They are built to white box standard, so they're ready to move into. Where else is that available in Newbury?
Do you want me to answer that question?
On a new build scheme.
Okay.
Please do not. This is not a discussion.
I'd love it to be, because actually
enough.
There is plenty
enough
of that provision in town already. But if
please do not shout out. Mrs. Hebbs, please, I've already asked you.
Okay, so that was the first point. I'm just looking for a straight answer because he mentioned the NPPF.
Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next person. Can I have?
I've got another question now when you're ready.
You can come back to that.
Thanks.
Councillor Foote.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, my question, Mr. Haig, is regarding the sustainable drainage. You mentioned there's £1.4 million going, or 1.7 going into sustainable drainage. But can I bring your attention to the additional post-construction conditions? This is on page 86, and it's in section 17. And it says about the post-construction SUDs, a precondition is necessary because insufficient detailed information accompanies the application. I wondered if you could comment on that, please. Thank you.
As I understand it, there was concerns when we first submitted, and further detailed information had to be provided, which we have done. And I think as a catch-all, that condition was put in, but I believe the information actually rests with the local authority as we stand here now.
Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm glad you brought up the Como UK document, which I'd read thoroughly because I've got interested in active travel for benefit of others, it's a charity that supports, promotes shared transport.
Question, councillor
The question is, could you say more about how you propose to manage parking, particularly in the view that we're all going to be having to move to EV, and what you're now turning from a visitor shopper's car park into a residential car park would normally, under our policy, have more than half of its parking spaces provided for EVs. Now you're going to have to retrofit that, but that within an overall scheme of managing parking for dual use would be helpful, I think, to members when we consider that particular issue.
Certainly. Well, firstly, obviously, all the capacity figures have been worked on one space per unit. So if we could just, from our side, we're looking at about 50% of the scheme requiring car park or less. And in terms of the EV situation, we would set up a car parking management plan, and we would do so in conjunction with the council, with Ms. Goddard, and it would be reviewed on an annual basis. We have suggested that we would have 3 car sharing units, and we're very happy that if that review found that they were fully busy, we would increase it to 4 or even 5. And I don't have a problem in signing up to having more car sharing units. I think it's fair to say, and it's included in that CoStar report, and I hope you saw it, but they reckon that one CoStar sharing car is the equivalent of 22 privately owned cars. And so if you had 4, for example, it'd be like having 66 private cars, but you only have 4 car sharing. And it's because the very people who would occupy the development, sort of young professionals, they don't actually necessarily use their car all the time. You know, car use, given the sustainable position of this site beside the station and the bus station and so on, and bicycles, they may not use the car at all.
Councillor Barnett.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for your presentation, Mr. Haig. You mentioned that this COMO document, which I have to say I wasn't associated with it before, so apologies. But you did quote a specific aspect of where it mentioned 2021 and non-car owners. Did you actually quote 2 million plus? Did you? I can't remember what you quoted exactly.
The quote was on page 6. And it goes, if I read it in full, it says, I'll just do the whole paragraph. The proposed parking levels support and are in turn supported by the developers propose to work with enterprise to provide, that's who are either currently the car sharing people Newbury use, to provide 3 new car club vehicles at the site. As outlined in the parking management plan, being a rental only development, residents are unlikely to have the same car ownership.
Sorry to interject, but I think the point I was trying to make was I think you quoted a national figure of non-car owners, and what I was
just getting that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You're going to get to that.
Car ownership needs as owner occupiers. In the 2021 census indicates that in England, nearly 60% of private rented households do not own a car.
Okay. And do you agree with me that that figure is probably correct? But of course, it refers specifically to inner cities where there's trams and there's buses every few minutes, and we're a little small market town with very small amount of buses.
I think it's actually across the board. I think it's across all rental properties wherever they are. It doesn't say city specific. It is just it's a standard. It's a national statistic.
Councillor Cossum.
Yes, thank you. Could you give us a feel for what the cost are for the small flat, 1-bedroom flat or a studio flat, what the lowest rent would be?
A one bed would be approximately 1,200 to 1,300 a month. A two bed is between 1,500 and 1,700 a month. And the three beds would be just over the 2,000.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Epps.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to come back to that number you've been using, the 2021 15%, the thing you just read out, basically. Would you not agree, though, that the amount of parking revision our policies require, the minimum amount we offer in our policies is, in fact, 4 flats? So it's already taken down to a minimum. So the fact that you're quoting that number is all well and good, but our policies already take that into account. So I'm just wondering where the disconnect is. Of course, get Mr. Goddard to explain it later.
The disconnect is because I believe your policy is written for private sale. We are a purpose-built build-to-rent scheme. I have done one in Reading, and forgive me, I know Reading's not Newbury, but in Reading, we're parking at 15%. So for 300 odd units, we have 50 spaces. And it is near the railway, certainly, but then so is this scheme. And in this build to rent scheme, if you care to have a look at the ground floor plans and stuff, you'll see all the tenant amenities that we have within the scheme, which are there for the tenants, which help them stay on site. So there's business hubs, gyms, all those sort of things, which are keep people within the scheme and don't and will mean that they don't getting in cars and going to do stuff. Everything they need to service this site is on site and in the immediate vicinity of the development.
So therefore, could you again comment on this? Therefore,
is there a question?
Yeah, there is. The traffic officer stated that basically in the daytime people wouldn't be there; they'd be at work, and you're stating that no, they're going to be at home because everything's there.
I think it's significant will be home, but the significant might don't need cars. The reality here is, as the national statistics says, 60% of people who are in private rented accommodation do not have vehicles. And yet we're providing car vehicles. So if you do need one, you can rent it when you need it. And it makes far more efficient use. And when we're here talking about climate change emergency, surely this whole debate is slightly wrong because we're not looking really for car travel. To restrict car ownership and to have less of it must be the greenest thing we can possibly do going forward. And to encouraging people to share cars, to have an EV car, it takes something like 94,000 miles to get the carbon out of the EV car to make it carbon neutral.
Councillor Pemberton.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Mr. Haig, can you give me an idea of what fees residents would be charged to own and park a vehicle at the car park that comes with this development?
If you want to park in the multi-storey car park, you will pay going rate, whatever it's being charged at the moment. So, for example, I think it's £2 a night, or if you want a season ticket and park it in the multi-storey car park, it's like £1,000 for a year, and you will pay the going rate, which obviously in turn will be beneficial to West Berkshire in terms of revenue.
No more questions. Oh, no. Sorry, Councillor Pemberton.
So thank you for clarifying. So essentially, there is no bespoke parking tariff.
No.
The amount that residents will pay is exactly the same as what anybody else will pay.
Correct.
Do you accept that in light of that additional cost on top of any rental costs and bills, some residents may be tempted not to use those parking facilities and perhaps parking some of the streets around the development, adding to existing pressure on those amenities?
I don't believe that we have a car parking problem. And I think this is the fundamental issue that we have here. The disconnect is we have a multi-storey car park. We have 475 spaces, of which, say if we only need 200, there is 200 and something spare. We're not going to get capacity. And if we were, then the next nearest place to park would be in the station car park. Most people are going to be out during the day and back at night. And this is it's not rocket science. It's exactly what you consented when you consented the Market Street development with the joint use of the new multi-storey car park there. And this car park that we're talking about was built for the shopping centre. And it seems logical that the land use should also accommodate whatever car parking may be required for the build to rent.
Councillor Wilson, is it about car parking again? Thank goodness. Okay.
You've talked to us about the rental of these flats, also because there's a service charge element, and high-rise flats tend to have more expensive service charges. A, are they going to be differentiated within the 2-storey ones and the 8-storey ones? And B, can you give us any feel for what sort of cost might be involved?
The service charge, generally, we roll it up in the rent. So it's not a separate issue at all. And what we found, for example, in Reading, in Thames Quarter, Reading, where we put in a combined heat and power plant, which obviously worked off gas, which we're not doing here because we've moved on from fossil fuels. But that combined heat and power plant saved 64 tonnes of carbon a year, but meant that the residents within that development have no heating or hot water bills at all. We have a ground source heat pump here. The ground source heat pumps probably cost about £500 a year per flat. Now that's spread across 12 months in your rent is virtually, you're not going to spot it. But what we did find is we managed to achieve better rents than all the surrounding rental properties because of the product that we produced.
Just so I'm clear, what you're saying then is the rent includes service charge. So in fact, the rents you've quoted us are in fact lower compared to most flats.
They're guide rents, and I did them about 12 months ago, and obviously we'd have to review them.
It's just helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think we're going to move on now. Thank you, Mr. Haig.
Thank you for your time.
Can I now ask the ward members to come to the lectern, please? Between you, you have 10 minutes. Do you want to be warned at 9? Order.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to need it because we thought we had 5.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee. As shown in the report, there is a clear and overwhelming sentiment within the local community against this proposal. Since the original plans were submitted, we have personally spoken with hundreds of Newbury Central residents, and the vast majority of those who often offered an opinion were against this development. Between us, we will cover 3 areas of harm arising from the proposal: scale, parking, and housing. Next slide, please.
Sorry, it's me, I beg your pardon. It's clear that scale of this development is the fundamental issue here. The building silhouettes along the bottom show Block S, which is highlighted in yellow on the ground plan and shown by the yellow line on the on the elevation, is only slightly lower than the massive BT tower and the tip of the town hall, but taller than the St Nick's Church spire. Blocks A and B, which are highlighted in light blue on the ground plan, are only slightly lower than Block S. And almost all the blocks are at least as tall as the main bulk of the town hall, which is shown by the red line on the elevation there. And that is currently the tallest building in the centre of the old town here. But don't worry, we've been told many times, we'll never see it like we do in those elevations. Next slide, please. Well, it turns out you can actually get pretty close. This is the view from Bear Lane. We've seen it before. And it will be seen not just from Bear Lane, but also as people drive along the A339. And I disagree with the officer that this view is of limited importance. On the north of Bear Lane, we have the side of the historic Corn Exchange and also the historic rear of the Elephant in the Market public house. And as people drive past on the 339, this will be the key view of our town and show it to no longer be a traditional market town. And when you see this view, I ask you how you can agree that this represents less than substantial to low moderate level of harm. We contend that this is in fact brutal, like a section of 19th century industrial city has been plonked in the middle of our traditional market town. And the elevations of these blocks behind the Catherine Wheel are in no way sympathetic to the heritage of the rest of the town. And this would unarguably and dramatically change the character of the town centre. Next slide, please. Just across the road from this chamber and fronting directly onto the street, the new buildings on the right would be 6 stories high. That's almost double the height of the ones they replace. And they're also of a totally different character to those on this side of the road, as well as being half as tall again as the ones on this side of the road. The developers called this a heritage design. That really only applies to the street frontages along Bartholomew Street, Cheap Street and Marketplace, and it does definitely not apply to this view that you can see here. And if you move into the site, you'll feel like you've moved into a different era. We thought we only had 5 minutes today, so didn't include the effect on shadowing on the pedestrian street from the tall buildings. And as I discussed at our meeting in December, I produced a basic 3D model which showed that this new street would be in shadow by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, even in midsummer, in contrast to the neighbouring marketplace, which would largely be in sunshine. I know that building height is covered in some depth in the new National Model Design Code. Unfortunately, I'm not an expert on this, but it seems it may well be highly relevant to this proposal, and members may wish to cover this during the debate later on. Next slide, please. We've talked a lot about parking today. I'm only going to say a few words. Our policy requires 471 spaces for this development. The Kennet Centre car park will have 475, leaving only 4 available. It's certain that at peak times on Saturdays and in the lead up to Christmas, as we've heard, the Kennet Centre car park will be full. And many visitors and residents will have to use the station car park, which is a full 150 yards away. This will make Newbury less attractive as a shopping destination, harm our local shops, and negatively impact residents of the proposed development.
Next slide, please. So housing, something else that's been talked about a lot this evening so far. So another significant town centre development at the former Jewson site in Pound Street has recently been approved, considered entirely viable and will deliver 30% affordable housing. Our planning policy is for developments to have 30% affordable units, which when applied to Eagle Quarter would be 128 affordable rent flats, but it won't deliver even a single one due to apparently viability issues. Given a significant need in West Berkshire for affordable housing, we see this as a gross failure of this development and one that should be given great rather than significant weight in the planning balance. Next slide, please. So almost everyone wants the Kennet Centre to be redeveloped, including us. It is a key town centre site and we want to make the most of it. However, we do not believe that development should come at the expense of real significant and permanent harm to the Newbury Town Centre conservation area, the many in West Berkshire in desperate need of affordable housing, deterioration in our town centre car parking arrangements and attractiveness to shoppers. In our view, the level of harm to the conservation area is higher than stated in the report, and the total absence of affordable housing should be given great rather than significant weight. With these relatively small changes, we believe that the planning balance would come down clearly on the side of refusal, and we therefore urge members to refuse the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for our 2 ward members? Nope. You got off lightly there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before I reinstate standing orders, I'm going to adjourn the meeting for a 10-minute comfort break. I'm now going to reinstate standing orders. And we're going to commence now with questions to officers. Who would like to start? So Councillor Williston,
Yes.
you're the first one I saw.
Can I just ask Mr. Shepherd, and congratulations on your presentation, by the way. I thought it was a really long one, but very good. I'm just interested to know, for sort of sake of all of us almost, what the changes are in the MPPF and any other legislation that's come in since this was last heard, in layman's terms, if possible.
I think Mr. Dre is probably in a better position than I am to explain this in layman's terms.
Pressure's on. Okay, thank you. Members, if you turn to paragraph 212 near the start, the main key change for us is about the housing supply and the implications with the tilted balance in the presumption in favour of sustainable development. So, and this is definitely a very significant change and one that we need to be clear on. As it says there, where a 5-year supply cannot be demonstrated, the tilted balance in the presumption in favour of sustainable development is engaged, and that is all self-contained within paragraph 11 D of the MPPF, which is copied below, and it's got those two limbs to it, 1 and 2. Basically, it says, sorry, just get it in front of me here. For decision taking, firstly, approving development proposals that accord with an up-to-date development plan without delay. But then, where there are no relevant development plan policies, or the policies which are most relevant to determining the application are out of date, and that applies in cases where you can't demonstrate a 5-year supply. There's a footnote there. Basically, the instruction from the MPPF is to grant planning permission unless either of those two bullet points apply. So firstly, that the application of policies in the MPPF that protect areas or assets of particular importance provide a strong reason for refusing the development proposed. So essentially that the MPPF policies themselves say no development should take place. And there is like a finite list of what those policies are. And it does include the heritage aspects, but obviously we've done that balance in the report. And as officers, we've concluded that the heritage impact is acceptable based on the other parts of the MPPF. Or the second limb, any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in the MPPF taken as a whole, and the new version has introduced having particular regard to key policies for directing development to sustainable locations, making effective use of land, securing well-designed places, and providing affordable homes individually or in combination. So another way of looking at it is what's called the tilted balance. There's been a reams of case law around this. Essentially, when that isn't engaged, it's a straight planning balance. The scales are even. So, and you put the for and against on either side and weigh it accordingly. When the tilted balance is engaged, the scales are loaded in favour of granting planning permission. So you don't just have to refuse planning permission. You don't just have to outweigh the harm. You have to significantly and demonstrably outweigh it. There's got to be good, strong reasons to do it. It's government policy to encourage meeting identified needs. So when it's considered that the plan's not meeting the current need, this kicks in and pushes development more.
Mr. Dre, is it worth explaining why this has kicked in terms of the tilted balance?
Yeah, so because of the housing requirement, alongside the MPPF, they published new housing requirements, and that went from, sorry, it's in the report, 495 under the previous standard method to now 1,070 each year. So essentially it's just over doubled. So at the current time, because our existing plan is more than 5 years old, that's what we have to assess our housing requirement against. And so under that basis, we cannot demonstrate a 5-year supply. The tilted balance is engaged and we've got to go through that policy process. So obviously in this instance, that can also affect the weight you give to the housing, the benefit of providing housing. I quoted the NPPF there saying how particular regard should be given to making efficient use of sites and other factors, including sustainable locations. Obviously, it's probably the most sustainable location in the whole of West Berkshire, being that close to Newbury train station and town centre and access to facilities there. So obviously we are recommending approval in advance, and I think this now is where Matt's saying we're now quite firmly recommending it. I think just so in terms of what this development's bringing to, it's a full planning application, so it's not an outline. So if you grant planning permission, you'll be expecting development to start within 3 years. I understand the developer's current intention, if they do get permission tonight, is to start within about a year, which is reasonable with conditions and getting obviously stuff in place. A 6-month demolition period, and then 3 to 4 years build out thereafter. So between 4.5 and 5.5 years from today. So obviously at 427 dwellings, that is a significant contribution to housing supply, and should help even when the new local plan comes into place, because obviously it will still have a marginal supply then. So that's why from our perspective, we think it's, pushed it from a more finely balanced recommendation to quite a firm recommendation. Hopefully that explains, but if we need to answer any more questions.
Councillor Ebbs.
Yes, so my question was going to be initially to Mr. Dre about the applicability of the NPF, but you didn't mention at all the National Model Design Code Part 1, 2 in illustrations at all. Can you confirm that they are, because they are specifically mentioned in the NPPF, things that we should be taking into account?
They are shifting to a National Design Code. It's not being, do you want to?
Yeah, the government's National Model Design Code document is its purpose is to provide guidance for local authorities on how we draw up our own design codes.
Indeed.
Either authority-wide or district-wide. It's not a policy as such, it's guidance to help local authorities draw up their own design guides. And at the moment, we don't have any design guide codes drawn up.
But this came out in 2021, the National Model Design Guide, last updated October 2021, I believe.
It did, but we don't have, unfortunately, we don't have any design codes.
We don't have anything. So even though it's got all sorts of stuff in there, we haven't got anything. So we're relying entirely on the wording in the NPPF as we go through this, not really because your recommendation is changing to a strong in favour unless we can meet these criteria. So even though we've got a local plan that's in review and about to come through, in which case we would have a 5-year supply, I don't know when it will finish its review, but let's say in a couple of months' time, well before this build begins, that would change our 5-year supply situation, would it not?
When the local plan comes in? Yeah, so when the local plan comes in, our plan will be obviously within 5 years old. At that point, we can apply, that will be the requirement which we have to address. Then we will have, it's provisional at the moment because obviously it's come out without notice, and we are looking to, the policy team will be working on the evidence base of the 5-year supply that will be published in due course. It's currently expected that we will have a 5-year supply then, but it will be marginal. So at the moment, we've also got to determine the decision today based on the current facts. So at the moment, the tilted balance is binary. It's either engaged or it's not, and it must be. But then, sorry, just looking ahead, in my view, in terms of the contribution this would have to our housing supply longer term, it will still have quite a meaningful contribution because our supply will be marginal. And then subsequently, for all plans from July 2026, if they are based on the old NPPF, which ours will be, a 20% buffer will be applied to that requirement too. So if we're already at marginal supply when the local plan comes in, it will get tougher a year beyond. So,
but this is windfall. This is not in our local plan at all.
it's not an allocated site, but in our view, it's in accordance in terms of the housing. But in terms of the housing policies, there's the presumption, so it is in accordance with the development plan, not an allocated site.
Right. So if we are to refuse, we must find reasons within the new NPPF that clearly overwhelmingly show that this shouldn't be done. I just want a clarification before we start getting into.
Either of the two limbs on paragraph 214 would need to be applied.
Okay, let's see what we can do.
Councillor Barnett.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, I'm sorry I'm coming back to the parking issue, so apologies, poor Gollard. We obviously are trying to juggle numbers around quite clearly and trying to ascertain exactly the usage at the present time and obviously usage of these proposed owners or renters of the properties. The concern I've got, and perhaps you can try and elaborate to me, you've got an increase in numbers on the ground floor. So the first question is, where are you going to put those extra vehicles on the ground floor? It must be a configuration of the ground floor. Secondly, what's never been discussed at all, and I think we all need to, as members and officers, look at it very closely, the new vehicles, the wide vehicles, the problems with parking vehicles in existing parking spots. You know, the people struggle considerably to open doors. People that perhaps aren't disabled, but have problems accessing and getting out of the vehicle. So they can't open the vehicle doors. So I think the first point is, where are you going to put the extra ones on the ground floor? Secondly, is there a possibility of reconfiguring the actual parking spots in regarding widths? And also, the other point I'm going to mention as well, and I think I mentioned it last time around, and that was the usage of the car park multi-storey. I've been doing my own assessments, and quite clearly, 12 o'clock and 12 o'clock last Saturday, I was in a queue of 12 vehicles looking for a parking spot because you've actually fenced off car park because it was deemed to be too icy. So that's another issue. So there's a few questions there for Paul to answer, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I've got them. The first point, yes, if you look at the table on page 65, and that I had on the screen earlier on, the number of parking spaces on the ground floor is being increased by 62 to 86. It's because the layout is being reconfigured to provide some extra car parking spaces there. With regards to the size of car parking spaces, national guidance states 2.4 by 4.8. And we certainly do with new car parks, if the parking space is alongside a structure or between walls, we do have it wider to allow car doors to open. But the existing car park is pretty much as it is and would be retained and would go on like that anyway. And it's difficult to provide wider car parking spaces because of the existing concrete structure there. I agree with your points about some of the car parking on a Saturday. And we've certainly picked that up within our own assessment because your highway officers have made their own car parking projection assessment. And we do consider that on a Saturday, especially, and at weekends before Christmases, as has been mentioned, that car park will overflow because there will be more residents home. And on a Saturday, there are more shoppers coming to town than what there would be during the week. And on those occasions, yes, I agree, there is a strong chance that that car park will overflow, but there are mitigation measures in place, as contained in the committee report, that would direct people to empty car parks. Well, according to the surveys, they were quite empty, the Market Street Station car park. And we'll update the visual message signing to do so and upgrade those car parks to make them more pleasant to use. Thank you.
Councillor Foot.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have a question for Mr. Backus about flooding and drainage, if I may. In the pack, it mentions that we had no response from Thames Water within the 21-day consultation period. Could I ask, have you heard anything further from Thames Water since that date, please? Thank you.
This is probably one for Matt, actually.
Councillor Foot, we haven't, no.
Chair, I've just got two more quick questions, please. My next point is on page 84, and it's under the conditions, and it's in section 16 under sustainable drainage. And paragraph K says, may I start by just reading underneath the heading of sustainable drainage? It says, no works apart from demolition of existing building shall take place until details of sustainable drainage measures to manage surface water within the site have been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. So paragraph K says to include written confirmation from Thames Water of their acceptance of the discharge from the site into the surface water and foul water sewer, and confirmation that the downstream sewer network has the capacity to take this flow. Could I ask, have we heard anything from Thames Water to that effect, please?
Yes, we did get confirmation from them in their pre-application approval. So usually developers can put in a request to Thames Water just to confirm that they have capacity in their sewer networks. The response from Thames Water confirmed that within the foul network, they did have capacity. They had some concerns about the surface water sewer network, but that's for us as the LPA to determine whether the runoff rates which the developer is using is appropriate or not. And then for Thames to subsequently accept whether to determine whether they have sufficient capacity. In this instance, we did have quite a lengthy discussion with developers about the acceptability of the discharge rates being used. As has been highlighted by Matthew earlier, we typically desire with these kind of developments that they try to achieve the 1 in 1 year greenfield runoff rate, which is to essentially mimic a greenfield site. Obviously, on brownfield sites, that's very, very challenging, particularly on brownfield sites where there are large existing developments already, and developers are opting to mimic the kind of buildings or the level of impermeable area on site. The developer has worked quite hard to reduce the runoff rates from their site as much as is physically possible by implementing geocellular attenuation systems, by using blue roofs. There is pretty much no scope left to reduce the surface water discharge rates any further. So we deem the SUDs provided and the discharge rate acceptable. Thames Water will, as that condition is requiring the developer, have to determine whether they have sufficient capacity in their surface water sewer to accommodate that runoff. And if they don't, they'll have to make necessary improvements, which they'll have to do with have discussions with the developer about. But there was no obstruction there for that process to take place, and there's no planning basis to refuse the application on those matters.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you.
Councillor Sumner.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Goddard, back to you, I'm afraid. There was a statement made earlier about the dual counting of spaces, and I wonder if you could give us your take on that, please.
Chairman, yes, I do remember the reference to the double counting of parking, if I can word it that way. I disagreed with the statement on the basis that the residential car parking standard has been complied with. Let's make that clear. Contrary to what has also been mentioned, this scheme does comply to policy P1 of the Housing Site Allocations DPD for residential use. The question is the dual use car parking. the residents will not be home much during the day. And this has been revealed by our own surveys that we've undertaken at nearby residential developments. And overnight, when residential usage of the car park will obviously be at its full, there will be hardly any retail or town centre visitors there. So we haven't double counted car parking in such a way as been described. The car parking is being shared between the uses, and from our own assessments that are contained within your papers, we do think that during the week the dual use car parking will work, but at weekends we do think there could be a problem, as I've mentioned earlier. I hope that answers your question.
It does, thank you. If I can just add one more onto that,
Of course.
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
So currently, that car park, I think the last time you can get into it is 10:30 in the evening?
Correct.
So going forward, were we to apply that logic, then the overnight parking would sort of be addressed by that anyway, by virtue of the fact that if you were going in, you wouldn't necessarily be going in and staying out overnight if you would just go into a local restaurant. Do you see anything changing with regards to that with the new setup that's proposed? Is that going to help? Is it going to change anything in your view?
Yes, it will. The car parking management plan has not been agreed in final yet, but it is secured as a condition. And in any case, the car park will be manned 24 hours.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Goddard.
you.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. One is pursuing the line of questioning that I put to the applicant about EVs in an existing car park being changed from primarily for visitors, or almost entirely for visitors, to now 24-hour availability primarily for residents. I want to know the officer's opinion of how we can manage that, and perhaps should we be minded to approve whether the conditions are adequate as they stand. There's a whole lot of them, 25 to 29, I think they are the conditions that apply to that. The other question, more general policy, is on this build to rent. As I understood it, the NPPF, when it was brought in under the previous government, said that if a developer goes build to rent, then they are automatically exempt from providing affordable housing. But maybe our policy, the local plan policy, our policy can trump that. And I'd just like clarification on what the position currently is with this application we're deciding. I've sort of had the view personally that what we've got at the moment, which is a review of the affordability for the developer after so many years, I can't remember where, that was a concession. That was something that they were offering. It wasn't something they had to offer us, but I may be wrong. So if we could have clarification on that.
Mr. Goddard, first of all.
Yeah, the electric vehicle charging points, condition 25 on page 89 is the condition we have on those aspects at the moment. We have not agreed in detail the electric vehicle charging point details or their numbers. I know 53 has been mentioned, but we haven't actually agreed to that number at this stage. That is further work that would need to be secured under that condition. And how they're used, that's a good point. I would hope and would expect that to be swept up as part of the details that need to be submitted with that condition, and even perhaps mentioned and included in the car park management plan, which is condition 29 below.
Yeah. So are you confident that that would be a reasonable condition? You have to have these various criteria for any condition, given that, this is now residential, despite the fact that it's an existing building. And I'm not sure how planning covers retrospectively doing things to an existing building.
Well, your building is already being altered, as the car park's already being altered as a result of this planning application. It's being reconfigured in many ways. So I'm sure we can reconfigure it to put
Well, I'd hope so, because
in.
EVs are supposed to be the only thing by the time this is built out.
And it depends on how powerful they are.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to determine that at the moment, whether they can be retrofitted in the car park that we have at the moment. And of course, as ever with these things, it also depends on the availability on the grid.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. So it is very much work to be looked at with those conditions. Should members, those are conditions obviously that before you, but should members wish them to be adjusted or strengthened in any way, then of course we would look to any recommendations that you may have.
Well, we can come to that if we come to that recommendation later.
In regards to the build to rent criteria for affordable housing, the planning practice guidance states that it's 20% is generally a suitable benchmark level for affordable housing in private rent homes and to be maintained in perpetuity. However, it does state that if local authorities wish to set a different proportion, they should justify this using their own evidence. This is covered in 12.4 of my report, where we stated that 20% is the starting point. However, given the level of need, we feel we can support our policy in the requirement. However, it's a bit of a moot point because the viability of the development is something built into CS6, that the economics, all provision of affordable housing is subject to the economics of the development. In regard to the clawback clause, so two in the heads of term, this is quite a standard requirement in section 106 when it comes to affordable housing and things like that. So it would take account for a change in the market situation. So build costs plummet and it becomes a lot more profitable. There is a review built in that we don't lose out on something that if a situation were to change. So the trigger in terms of when the review happens changes, and this is very specific to build to rent. Sometimes it happens earlier and things like that. Something we've communicated with the applicants, and this is the 97.5% occupancy is the correct level of occupancy for the review to take place.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Councillor Abbs.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I have actually three blocks of questions for Mr. Goddard, then Mr. Backus, and then Mr. Shepherd, if I may. I'm sorry there's so many, but there's lots of questions that are left open even after the presentations. So I'll start with Mr. Goddard, if I may. So the survey that you did to establish current use and that this would be work and wouldn't work was done some time ago. The new revision is coming along and is talking about replacing the car parking outside of the library. Does it take account of the change in car parking use, given that we know we're going to lose that car park outside of the library?
Chairman, with that proposal to revamp the area alongside the river, will lose some 32 car parking spaces. And I considered that it did not make a difference to the overall figures from the surveys that we did on the Corn Exchange and the Wharf. Those car parks were already quite near capacity, but the 32 loss in spaces would just make them even more near capacity, if I can put it that way. But the station Market Street car park was still very much empty. So yes, it did include that, and I did consider it.
Thank you very much. That's good to know. I'm pretty sure you would have actually, but I just wanted to double check. The second part of that is that you mentioned the council has £500,000 ready to throw at doing these changes. Last time I heard, we had no money whatsoever. So could the the administration simply go, you haven't got that 500,000, or is it from an external source that you're actually getting the 500K? Is it government money?
I've been told by colleagues in the active travel team that we already have £500,000 to replace a visual message signing. I'm sorry, I didn't ask where they got that money from. They told me they have the money, so I thought that's acceptable to me. But yes, we need another £500,000 to meet the 1 million that it will cost in total to replace the visual message signing.
That isn't really a planning consideration. Our
Well, it
strategy.
is, because we may need to ask for 1 million from the developer, and as a condition, not 500,000. It would be far better.
But this application wouldn't be decided on that, would it?
No, but it could be.
Can we move on to the next question?
Well, I would like to assure the committee that the council has £500,000 from wherever from funds already available. I cannot tell you what those funds are, so we just need another £500,000 from the developer, which they've agreed to pay to make up the full 1 million.
Can I just check that obviously the market, this new Market Street development next door to us here was I don't know the occupancy level of it per se. I know that the units aren't very popular. I think they're all empty, but there is an amount of parking that goes on there that's already going into the station car park, isn't there?
Yes.
And now we've established that there's some from the wharf that will have to go there some of the time. And what is it? There are things like, Pearl House in Bartholomew Street and some other areas are all potentially starting to use that up. So how confident are you? I'm not asking about double counting, but how confident are you that actually the timing in which we've done all of these various projections really means that, because that we are not exceeding the old capacity of the Kennet Centre, given we're starting from such a lower number in the first place, because we're losing so many.
So basically the point is the Market Street station car park, you're already mentioning that some car parking will take place from the site next door when it's fully occupied. And yes, that is indeed the plan. And at weekends. And now I'm saying that when the Kennet Centre car park overflows, that some of that car parking can also be directed to the same Market Street station car park. Your question is basically, is it enough? Is there still enough in there with those two sites, possibly more, having use of it, using that surplus car park up? I can dig out the exact figures, but from the surveys that we did, there were some 300 car parks.
There's a huge amount of excess.
Yeah, there was an excessive amount in there. That car park was
that's the reassurance I'm looking for.
Yeah, that's fine. I can do that.
So obviously the NPPF, the new one, mentions car parks 27 times in the document. I assume you've read the new NPPF. So
I have skimmed through it, yeah.
Question, Councillor Abs, please, come on.
Well, sorry, Chairman. I mean, we've got until 10:30 latest. Can we not please debate it fully?
We're not debating. You're asking the cut.
But unless I give Mr. Goddard the right question, how does he know how to answer it? Yeah. So what you're saying is I can't ask the officers about their opinion on the applicability of car parks in the NPPF as it applies. Because it only came out on December the 12th. It's not a lot of a time between this meeting and when it came out to make sure all of those things it talks about in car parks is a. Are you confident that given that we had a new NPPF on the 12th of December, and it mentions car parking 27 times, so clearly important to an overall framework, and that's the type of thing we'd have to rely on if we went to appeal, that we are covered in terms of whatever your assessment that you've done and the NPPF, i.e. could you take a defensive position based on the things that are in the NPPF if you needed to?
I would say yes for two things. We already have our car parking standards, which are, they are a few years old now. They're 7 years old now, but they were found to be sound. And the car parking assessment that's before you has been based on real surveys that we've undertaken. And the applicants have undertaken of the existing Kennet Centre car park, our town centre car parks. I've counted cars at nearby residential development as well. So I know, I have some idea of if you have a block of flats in Newbury Town Centre and it has one car parking space each, how much of that car parking is used.
Okay,
To make that
and I have full
projection for you.
confidence, and that's why I'm looking for you to
Thank you.
confirm and give specific positions on this, because I'm going to rely on it.
So am I.
Come later. So move on. That's it. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Goddard. So I'll move up. Do you want? I don't know if others are waiting. We're going to do the blocks.
Oh, Councillor McCrone, I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to go back to the new NPPF and housing supply. If we approve this evening, we're basically giving delegated powers for the director to actually approve it. From experience shows that this could take some considerable time. Well, things like Section 106 agreements are signed off and this kind of thing. I can imagine that might well take us beyond the date at which we're likely to approve the new local plan review. So what I'm saying is, how confident can we be that if we do approve this tonight, it will actually improve our housing supply position?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Macro. We've got to make the decision based on the facts today. We're making the decision now, so that's when it's, and at the moment, like I said, the tilted balance engaged. As I kind of set out earlier, I think whilst at the moment the tilted balance is engaged, the contribution this site makes to the housing supply overall, it will continue beyond when the local plan is adopted. At the moment, it will not bring us into a position where we would have a 5-year supply. After the local plan is adopted, we will have a marginal supply, and so it would bolster that, which I think is actually probably more important longer term. So at the moment, the tilted balance is engaged, and we must take that into account in the decision. And I think it will have still have a significant contribution now, this year, next year, for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Abs.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I guess Mr. Shepherd next. The new NPPF mentions open spaces 13 times, again showing great weight being associated with the provision of that. And of course, this development goes against our existing policy and would appear to go against the principle of the NPPF. So why is your judgment or appears to be not taking that into account? Could you clarify why we can throw it away even when we have support from the NPPF for that?
I think it's a balanced approach needs to be taken with this. The NPPF also encourages brownfield development in quite a lot of aspects, so this would comply with those. And we've also got to acknowledge that it's a highly constrained site. It's not a greenfield site where we can stick a hectare or a football pitch on there or things like that. It is a town centre location that's highly constrained. The expectation would be that delivery of some amenity space is positive. No amenity space is a negative. I think I could draw on in Newbury, the old snooker hall to the north. There's an appeal on that. And an inspector accepted no provision of amenity space recently. I'm not sure on the dates on that, but we've been through that application as well. He pointed towards the provision of open spaces in Newbury as justification for taking that view on that appeal. I could go to Thatcham in Chapel Street, where an inspector on a set of flats on 12 to 16 considered that no provision was unacceptable, but some provision was acceptable. So taking those factors into consideration, we have some provision here. We have 12 square metres of shared amenity space, high quality shared amenity space in these podiums across. We are in a highly sustainable location. The towpath is just down the road. We've got Victoria Park. There is access for people to go outside to enjoy themselves. They have got some amenity in that space. So our report is quite clear. We are below that at that level. But when we consider the need for housing across the UK and in West Berkshire and what we've heard from the tilted balance, we'd be refusing something on that has a provision of outdoor amenity space. when we need such a large number of houses as well. So whilst we do accept open spaces mentioned within the NPPF, so is redevelopment of brownfield and efficient use of space. And I think the constraints of the site justify our position that we've taken in the report.
Okay, thank you. Build to rent is mentioned 4 times in the new NPPF. I'm focusing on the NPPF because that's the only document we can refuse on if we're thinking that. So it's mentioned 4 times. Annex 2 of the NPPF says, Part B, for build to rent schemes, affordable housing for rent is expected to be the normal form of affordable housing provision.
Actually,
what?
Mr. Shepherd actually answered that.
Did he?
He did previously. From Councillor Vickers asked the same question.
Did you? What was the answer?
I clarified that our report states it's the starting point is 20% on the site. We can set it if we have, as the local authority, can set our own provision if we feel it's needed. So that's covered in our report. We've set a 30% level. However, again, it's muted because the CS6 builds into our policy an allowance that if the economics don't allow for provision of affordable housing, then we can't provide it. It's not viable, and it's doesn't become. If we apply the 20% or the 30%, it's a muted point because it's not viable.
But the developer's saying 0% is possible, and you're agreeing with him.
So we've gone out to Dixon Sill. So chartered surveyors have reviewed the application on behalf because we don't have the in-house expertise to do that within the local authority. We've instructed them to act on our behalf, and they've come back and, as per the summary, the executive summary from Rapley's that's been provided by the applicants, they've seen the Dixon Sill position that complies the Rapley's position, which is the applicant's position, and they agree with the figures. They agree with the residual land value, and they agree that it's not viable to deliver. So the advice they've given to officers, and we adopt that advice because that's something we've paid for and instructed for, and we consider that is not viable.
Okay, so that nicely segues into the questions from Mr. Backus, I believe. So thank you very much. Mr. Backus, viability seems to be at the core of a lot of the decision making. We've got to approve this because we don't have something else, seems to be the thing that's coming along. So it's important to understand some of the statements that have been made about, oh yes, this is going to be, built out type offices and cafes and so on. So therefore it's going to be easier. What assessment have you done for the rest of the town, which already has a lot of built out and empty shops? They are built out, may not be brand new, but walk down the high street, there's plenty of them. Go into Parkway, there's 5 empty shops there that they're built out. So why am I meant to believe that the developer's statement that, oh yeah, because it's brand new, these will rent out?
That's not an appropriate question.
Mr. Backus is our drainage.
He's
Oh,
right.
drainage. I do apologise. I thought I do apologise.
I'm not sure that
Do we have
actually
our
is
economics person?
We do not. No, that
Right.
person's actually on a course, unfortunately. However,
God, have a go at
I'm not-
answering it.
However, I'm
Sorry,
not
my
sure.
bad.
I'm not sure it's actually pertinent to this particular plan application, to be
Say again?
honest. I'm not sure it's pertinent to this plan
It's very
application.
pertinent because it's the core reason for saying we have to accept this is we have to throw away any other things that can be done with the Kennett Centre.
If the applicant thinks that they can actually is a viable for having retail units, I can't see why we would argue against that. But anyway, that's maybe for a
Well,
debate.
because every development, obviously there's more debate, but Chairman, as you brought it up, the reason it's important is because we have an example straight across the road, which is exactly the same as built to rent. The only difference is whether it's built out or not, and all those units are empty.
It's not a planning consideration for this plan. For this,
It goes to the viability assessment that's been done for the application. If you don't believe the viability is...
Got any more questions?
Oh, I think we'll save the rest for debate.
Any other member got any questions? Oh, Councillor Sumner.
Chair, Mr. Shepherd, I just want to come back to the issue of balcony space. It was suggested earlier on that it wasn't included in amenity space, but you having mentioned a Thatcham application reminded me that I'm sure I sat on an application which was Thatcham where balcony space was included as open amenity space. Is this the same one that we're thinking about? Can you just confirm whether it's included or not, please?
So I'll point towards 15.41 of my report, which outlines the proposed development would provide the following outdoor amenity space provisions. So that lists the private amenity, private terraces, private balconies, and the new street on there, which is not something, is a shared amenity space, but it's still the outdoor amenity space. So there is a private balconies, and they sit in combination with the podium gardens, which are the shared amenity spaces. My understanding is the development is a campus of amenity space, so any area can be utilized by any person within the development, but that is more of a nuanced conversation for going forwards, but it's covered within the report there.
Okay, thank you.
No more questions from any of the members? Okay, then I think we should go into the debate. Can I invite any members to start that debate then, please? Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Chairman. I held back at the last meeting, but this meeting, I'm coming forward. Somebody has to, and I sometimes often do in Western Area Planning. But yes, I've looked at this with an open mind, but nothing that I've read in the updated report, in particular, Section 2, which covers what's changed in terms of national policy and indeed local policy with the conservation area report, has really changed my view, and nothing I've heard tonight has. So I do have some concerns. I mean, there are quite a lot of negatives in this proposal, but we're looking to the balance. I think all along, ever since I first heard about Eagle Quarter, I've seen it as something that is highly sustainable, or could be. I mean, the very first meeting we had with the applicant on Newbury Town Council, he was aiming for zero carbon. Well, we're not getting zero carbon, but we're getting way beyond what our current policy is, I believe, on that. And the fact that it's not zero carbon is probably because he has reduced the quantum of units, and therefore the return on his investment in the demolition, which is a very risky business in a site like this. So I think the tilted balance and the fact that we are now more than before required to look for sustainable locations, and if we were to refuse, it would be even more likely to be lost on appeal, or rather the appeal would be upheld. I reckoned it was about sort of it's always a bit of a lottery with appeals. It depends on the individual inspector to some extent. But I think we've gone from about a 20-to-1 chance of picking the appeal being dismissed to more like 99 as a result of the change in the housing requirement and the lack of a 5-year housing supply. So that to me makes me particularly keen not to see this refused without better reasons than the committee gave last time.
That is not something we should consider, in all honesty, whether to appeal or not, I'm afraid. So
I can remember our planning officers.
Your comments are noted.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the key issues to me tonight are the following. There's the housing numbers, and I've covered that with the what the term is that's used in the report. I've got it written down somewhere as a reminder. The tilted balance, yes, the fact that we've now got the tilted balance to consider. So it's the housing numbers, but you have to consider that, you know, with the increase in housing numbers required, if we don't build on this site, 15 or so acres of green field are the equivalent for what we'd have to put the same number of houses on. So, and we know that the new government is just as keen on brownfield, if not keener than before. And that if there is pressure from the government, as we're told, with the firm hints that the government's made, that the whole way of making planning decisions is going to be a bit tougher at local level. I think if we if we wait till some other scheme comes forward, and I really don't know how that will happen in the commercial market that we're in, and we certainly haven't got the money to put forward as a council to make a lower quantum and a more, if you like, a less dense, less mass in this site in a redevelopment. So I think we're going to be faced with the decision being taken out of our hands, whether by appeal or by a change in the planning decision-making processes. And that's, to me, a big risk that we're facing tonight if we were to refuse. The affordability and the build to rent, I'm reassured by what the answer I got from officers that we have a right to demand up to at least 20%, possibly 30%, if the viability, the economic viability of a developer is in due course proven. But for the reasons I've said, it's a very risky site, brownfield site to redevelop it, with the potential delays for archaeology, etc. So I hope that we get some affordable, of course. But the benefits of the build to rent model are significant, as we've heard from the inclusive rental figures that we were offered by the applicant. So I have no problem that these rents, these units will find a market. There is this intermediate market, and to cast aside the build to rent model, I think would be a risk as well. I mean, I think I would like to see more than 10 years in the section 106, or is it, I think it's a section 106 item 1, which talks about 10 years guaranteed. I'd like to see more, because I think that, for one thing, will mean that the applicant is responsible for things like retrofitting the car park to meet the increased demand which we're expecting for EVs in the Kennet Centre. Once it's sold off, I think you've got problems getting anything done retrospectively. So I hope we can, if we were to approve this, tighten up that condition on EV charging. But it's then moves me on to the parking, and I don't see there's an issue. We are looking at a section of the market which is young professionals, the very sort of generation rent people that are moving into a rental way of life. And I think there will be plenty of demand for car club units. And as we've heard, you get far more use out of a car club than you get out of a privately owned car. And that will help reduce the need for spaces within the site. I think 3 is the minimum. So we've heard from the applicant that they'd be willing to work with our car club provider to meet that demand in some way or other. So I think we've moved towards solving the parking problem, contrary to what Newbury Society and others think. We're not building this development for ourselves and for our generation on the whole. This is not an elderly person's development, and if it was, perhaps they wouldn't need the cars. It's for a new generation. Now, I've lived closer than anybody else in this room to this site, and I brought up 3 children through school, through university, with 1 car, never more than 1 car. And the car ownership levels, according to the latest census figures in this area, Westfields and the output area, is only 40% per adult. Only 40% of adults have access to a private car. And if you want to have more than 1 car, well, there are other places you can live at the rents that we're talking about.
Will everybody else have a go as well, Councillor?
So I will be wanting to propose this as.
But I do not want a proposal this early in the debate.
Okay.
Councillor Williston.
Really, just to put Councillor Apps's concerns about viability to rest. There is a very big difference what's being proposed here from what I can see. These are meant to be 500 square foot units, fully fitted out, ready to go, and they're going to be at affordable rents and if necessary turnover rents. That's totally different to what's being proposed across the road. And there it's closer to the town centre, only marginally accept, but it is more part of the town centre. So I don't think it's an issue.
Thank you, Councillor Williston. I've now got Councillor Sumner.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm listening very closely actually to the comments from Councillor Vickers, and you beat me to it with the comment about, but we can't make a decision based on whether the inspector might like what we've said or not, because that's just not a route we want to go down. But I agree with what he's said. Affordability for me is always one of those topics that is it's largely impossible to answer, and it's largely impossible to solve, because what's affordable to one person is not affordable to another. What is difficult, I think, for anybody trying to buy a home at the moment is sufficient deposit to go down the buying route, however the pricing structure may be set. And I think that's where this differs in what it's trying to offer people for this area. And, you know, it is essentially what we're looking at, is trying to offer something for people in this area to be able to stay in this area, I think. So there does appear to be a bit of a trade-off there and I'm always looking for trade-off where whenever any developer says they can't go on viability, they can't provide affordable housing. The question for me is, what's the trade-off? You've got to be giving something which is similar. If you can't actually deliver that, then you've got to be delivering something that's similar. And actually what we've heard it from Mr. Goddard about the ability to upgrade something which will be beneficial to the whole town with visibility of parking. And I'm fairly certain, I said last time we sat and discussed all of this, when you go to some other towns like Basingstoke, as you approach it, it's telling you what parking spaces are available and it's telling you where you need to go. So as a visitor, it guides you. And I think that, you know, what we've got at the moment, yeah, we've got something, but it's not great. It's old, it needs upgrading, and actually it's a solution. I looked on our website, Councillor Abs was talking about the use of the Market Street, the station car park. Monday to Friday, 345 available spaces, 17 blue badge. Doesn't mean they're available because nobody's sitting in them, obviously. That's just the amount that aren't already assigned to something else. Saturday and Sunday, 495. That's a lot of spaces to fill. And I think that's when I hear the other comments about other areas that actually there is room in there to absorb. And it's not exactly a long way away, is it? So I think from the parking for me is addressed. I think I would like to see, wherever I look at an application, I would always like to see more motorbike parking, but that's as a biker, me giving a personal preference on it. I'm not trying to find solutions to the application. We do sail a little bit close to the wind on that on occasion. And the other thing that is worth, I think, stating at the moment is, you know, 52 conditions we've got listed here. There's not many applications where you see 52 conditions listed, but what must not happen is we must not end up in a position where in 3 months or 6 months or 12 months time, there are applications coming in to get rid of all of those conditions if we're going to make a decision on all good faith for the conditions that are being laid down now. We see that too often, and it annoys me intently because you're completely reversing the decision-making process that was in place for us as elected members to go through. So if I could put a 53rd one on there, it would be don't get rid of any of the other 52. It won't happen because you can't enforce it, but it will come back, I'm sure, at some point to Western area. And Western area, when they do see that, need to be mindful of it because they need to be able to make the decision. This is not, and I said this last time, and I will say it again this time, the reason for this being put to district is because it's a district-wide issue. It is not a district-wide issue. I'm sorry. No, it isn't, Jeremy. There are many people far to the east and far to the west that will have some interest when they come to Newbury about where they can park and where they can go shopping. But this is not critical to everything they do Monday to Friday and at weekends. this is important. I'm not trying to undermine the importance of it, but this is something that needs to be going forward, if it's approved tonight, dealt with in the local area by the members that are elected to serve locally. And if you're not taking proposals yet, Chair, I will stop at that point.
Thank you, Councillor Sumner. Sorry, Councillor Cottam.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I asked a question about the cost of the smallest flat, the lowest rent, and it was 1,200. Well, doing some securities questions that we had earlier, I had time to do a bit of research, and basically, being on the generous side, it goes from 800 up to about £900 is the current look at Rightmove for a one-bedroom flat. You know, and the same applies to Zoopla and such. So that's about 30% more than what I would say is a normal rent. Why am I saying this? Because it's about the issue about affordability. You know, already we're looking at £300 more than what is locally the going rate. It's not a planning, but issue, but it is in the sense of affordability. Okay, we're abandoning our requirement for affordable housing again and again because of this lovely clause in there saying that affordable about basically how can the developer make a profit out of it? Well, you can make figures look like anything you want. I mean, it's you can put a figure there, you can put a figure there. For example, in this, we've got affordable shops. Well, I'd rather have affordable flats than affordable shops because I think we need to try and defend that CS6. Okay, so I think that's a strong reason in balance against this. I disagree with officers on also with the balance of heritage. Okay, again, I'm fairly quick on Google. I've got to the National Planning Policy Framework, which has been thrown. I haven't read it all, but I have come up with a clause here. If you like to go to page 59 of 82 and 16, conserving and enhancing the historic environment, heritage assets range from sites and buildings of local historic value to those of the highest significance. I'm paraphrasing here, and that's 202. I'm going to 203. Plans should be set out positively for the strategy for put my teeth back in, conservation and enjoyment of the historic environment, including the heritage assets most at risk. Okay, or from neglect and I think this almost comes up to neglect. We talk about the views, and yes, I do feel strongly that they are very important. Somebody's driving by, oh, that's Newbury, oh gosh, that's not so pretty. I know views are, very, very personal, but we're here as our councillors to give our view on things, and my view of views, if you excuse the expression, is that it is bad to have such a mass and overbearing building. Even if you go away from the personal opinion of views, what about, and it was mentioned by the ward members only briefly, I castigate them over that, was overshadowing. Okay, so from end of autumn to the bring to spring, the sun is low, and it's basically mostly to the south of this huge building. You're going to need some good lighting in the market square to compensate for the overshadowing of, it's going to be gloomy. And this is, and we look at Thatcham, our jewel in our crown is the little common inside Thatcham. One of the jewels in the crown, personal opinion here, again, of Newbury's Market Square. And it's totally going to be overshadowed. And I think that goes against the National Planning Policy Framework, number 16, 202, 203. And I think that's a strong reason, again, to say no. Don't get me wrong, I do, as I said in the previous meeting, I know we're not supposed to refer to it, but I still have that same opinion that we need this to be basically redeveloped. And I agree for housing. I just think it's too much. Maybe they should look at affordable houses instead of affordable shops. Maybe they should look at higher density. But I think as is, they've done a great deal of work and they've really looks like they've nearly made it. But, you know, where we've got, it's double, even treble the local buildings that surround this. I'm sorry, that's just too much. It's, you know, it is an overdevelopment of the site. And I think basically on that basis, I don't feel I can support this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McCrow.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I agree that the site really needs to be redeveloped and developed for housing, or mainly for housing, would be the ideal. But I do have some significant concerns. First of all, the effect on the heritage of Newbury, the conservation area, the listed buildings, and in particular those two pubs, the Newbury and the Catherine Wheel, which would be completely and utterly dominated by this great hulking mass of buildings behind them. So I'm particularly concerned about that. I'm concerned about the parking because we get this wrong, we could mess up Newbury. I was going to say something rude there. We're going to mess up Newbury as a retail centre, because if people can't park or don't want to park, they'll go elsewhere. And I just have in mind, you know, the extra 150 metres from the station car park, that extra 150 metres walk added on to the length of Bartholomew Street is quite a lengthy walk. And while this is being constructed, people won't be able to walk through the middle, they'll have to walk round. And I was just worried that people might come, sit there directed in that car park and go elsewhere, or they try it once and decide, oh, we're not going to Newbury again, we'll go somewhere else. So that's a very great risk. And I think we have to be very careful. I'm worried about the lack of amenity space. I mean, 13 square metres is nothing. It's half a room size, isn't it? You know, it's incredibly small. And although people can go to Victoria Park or they can go onto the canal towpath, but they might not want to do that if they have small children. Bit dodgy taking children near deep water, and it's, you know, bit of a long way to trail to Victoria Park. So I'm worried about that. And the development is to be built for rent, and that's given some weight in the report. I don't think it should be. We've already heard there's already a large number of rental properties already having been built or being built in Newbury. So I think that's absolutely neutral. I don't think that aspect should be given any weight at all. And finally, I agree with Councillor Cossum on this issue of overshadowing. I'm not sure it'll have that much effect on the marketplace, but it will on Bartholomew Street. And I think in kind of half the year, that street is going to be in darkness in the middle of the day. And, you know, okay, your people see where they're going, but the blue skies and sunshine bring light to people in both senses of the word, and it is good for their mental health. So I'm very worried about that aspect too. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor McCrory. Councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. Start with cause and effect. A lot of what we hear, the effect, which is the Kennet Centre going downhill, but what's the cause? And the cause could be many things. It could have been the building of Parkway. Why is all that important? Because actually some of the factors that affect, and I hope Councillor Wollaston will support me on this, you know, the commercial factors generally are business rates, unit rents, lease lengths, unit types, and the footfall. These are, if I'm going to set a shop up, they're generally the things I'm going to consider. Well, we didn't, unfortunately, the applicant didn't actually mention that, so I couldn't ask him the question. But my understanding is that the longest length of lease available at the Kennett Centre is extremely short. And that kind of is reflected in the people that live there, work there. If that's the case, is that the cause of the Kennett Centre being so empty? Is the cost of the car parking that the council keeps raising a cause for people not parking as often as they used to? Will the loss of the car park at outside and the Peace Garden and stuff outside, will that actually really be compensated, and will people really go all the way to the new railway station car park? We talked about the bookends of the day, midday and midnight, and I think I agree with what I heard, that basically at those 2 points is not a problem. Everything can coexist. What I didn't really hear was when we start talking about end of work days, assuming people aren't living at home and causing the first problem in the first place, what about that period between about 5 o'clock and 10 o'clock, where we have very much a mixed use and all of that? So there's so many causes and effects of why the Kennett Centre may or may not be viable, that I'm really, as a planning matter, we're being asked to say it's not viable. But is it not viable because of the actions that have been taken by the developer to make it unviable? And we've had developments in the past which have gone to appeal where they said, no, you're going to have to remarket that under the right conditions. If you do that and it doesn't rent out, then it's not viable, and then we can go forward. So the viability aspect, I'm afraid I've parked because I can't conclude between cause and effect. Okay. So next we talked about some of the issues associated with the NPPF, and that has thrown not a spanner in the work. I think it's helped deliver some clarification. And one of the easiest ways to understand, if we were minded to say no to it, why we could build a good case on the many different points that have already been mentioned, is that there are so many different mentions of car parking and affordable housing and open spaces and so on. It's not looking for the biggest high rise. In fact, the illustrations they used in the modal design guide, there's only one illustration for the town that shows a town, and it shows a maximum height of 6 stories. The only place high rises are shown in the new modal design guides, which we haven't developed yet, but we should have, are in fact cities which have high rise, not towns. We are a town. We are meant to be the centre of West Berkshire in terms of, the Newbury vision, attracting more people in. That's why we're doing the Peace Garden. That's why we got the central library. We're meant to be that central point. So whereas I totally get what Councillor Sumner said, sure enough, if you go to Tyler's, they're not too bothered about it over here. But it is meant to be the centre of West Berkshire. This is where the Market Street office of the council. So for me, I want to make sure, where I can and where our policies support it, that we actually have built what we really need. So with that in mind, outside of this meeting, I've been touring around the estate agents. I'm surprised none of the rest of you have done it, because they're the ones who actually tell you what's needed in this town. And not one of them says, I want a high-rise flat, please. What they're actually saying is what we've heard already. We want houses. We want small homes. We want affordable things. I haven't heard anything affordable at all about what we're speaking about here. Build to rent. Well, who's actually going to have the job to be able to afford the rents I'm hearing? Which, by the way, if you have to have a car, you've got to put the car parking on charge. And if you're lucky, you might get somewhere near your house, because most of the time the sign's going to direct you off to the railway station instead. Well, it's debate, but I'm setting the groundwork. So, why, when we have so many policies being broken and clearly being broken, why, when the NPPF clearly says, the new NPPF clearly says and gives us reason to say the 2 arms that Mr. Dre said, we should be refusing only based on this. We've got plenty of evidence in the new NPPF, plenty of support to say, actually, this particular application, because that's all we're allowed to judge on, not what might be, what might have come, what I would like to happen, none of that. We are looking at this application in this form. Is it going to? Now, if this applicant had brought forward a different application, we say 2 stories less all around, I probably wouldn't even be saying half of this. I'd be going, yeah, that's probably all right. But that's not what we've got. What we've got is this, and this is going to damage the town. The economics of the town is going to be destroyed for 3.5, I heard tonight, 4-year possible, 4.5 years. Okay. All the evidence, Pearl House is recently developed. It's empty. There were 2 people bought those flats there. So none of the arguments I'm hearing stand muster. The units won't rent out across the street here. The flats aren't rented out next to Market Street. So it's a big gamble for this developer to build all this when actually the only people I can see actually moving in are people the government says, well, you've got some space, I'll give them. It won't be for local people. There's nothing to do with local people, this. And therefore, if I can do anything, I'm going to recommend, I was hoping to hear something different tonight that changed my position, but I would like to recommend or move a motion to reject officer's recommendation based on what
I've asked you not to do a proposal until everybody's had a chance to talk.
Who else is left? I thought I was last.
No.
Oh, sorry, I missed one. I would have got left in my job by knowing that.
Thank you.
You didn't actually say that, Chairman, but never mind. You just said, you said the first one.
Councillor Barnett.
Well, last time around, Chairman, members, I opened the debate, and of course a lot of the points I made have already been covered again tonight. So I'm sorry if I will be reiterating some of my views, although I'm obviously looking at the aspects of the application tonight in the evidence that's been supplied to us. Parking, of course, as you could well imagine, is deep to my own heart, and I'm obviously concerned in making sure adequate parking is available for all the residents as well as all the visitors and people that are coming in the town. We've heard quite a bit about what the concerns might well be in relationship to how it would be affected these different residents and also obviously the visitors. But I'm not totally happy. In fact, we just heard a comment from Councillor Macro in relationship to trying to entice, I suppose, would the word be, I wouldn't say encourage it, it'd be entice, to try and get the large number of vehicle users at certain peak times, i.e. obviously holiday periods, weekends, to actually go and use the station car park, which is quite clearly underused. But will they do it? I mean, in other towns, I think a lot of visitors are more than prepared to pay premium rates to actually come in to the centre of the town because they don't want to struggle back to their car a long distance with actually whether it's items from a retail shop or obviously even shopping if they're unable to park actually outside a supermarket. So I think that that's something which I would probably be concerned about. We're talking about this weight that we're supposed to be considering against the heritage buildings of the town. I have to say, in my mind, it's still considerable. It's been diluted to a certain extent in the way of what it's been presented to us tonight, but I still think it's going to have a considerable effect. Obviously, the issue which has come up again tonight is the visual impact. We were quite aware of that. Obviously, the last 2 meetings we discussed that, and especially what's been mentioned by the ward member in relationship to possible entry to the town from Bear Lane. It's something which we quite clearly will have to accept if it's if members are mindful enough to accept the recommendations. But nevertheless, it will have a great impact on our market town, and it's not for the next year or two. It's obviously for decades to come. As I said earlier, and it was mentioned actually by Matthew again tonight, the impact of these 100 apartments that back onto the back of the development that could well be affected by the noise and the light from the back of the Newbury pub. I think if there is a proposal that meets the agreement of majority tonight, there have to be quite some stringent conditions, especially on that particular area of the site. I've obviously been concerned about the loss of affordable housing, but of course it has been remedied to a certain extent, but definitely not to my liking. But obviously that is part of the consideration that's been given by officers, as well as the way that the applicant is trying to omit the requirements of what they should be undertaking. The comments just been made by one of the earlier speakers is something which was deeply concerning me, and that is this effect of the construction phase of the whole of the operation. I don't want to see Newbury Town closed during 3 or 4 years. And if it's not managed correctly, it will be closed. It will be disfranchising anybody attempting to come in the town. Because at the moment, I live in Greenham, where Pinchington Lane's been closed as from this week for 6 weeks. Residents are up in arms about it. They're trying to do everything they can to not come anywhere near Newbury from the south. And I'm afraid to say that if it's not managed correctly, we will lose a lot. The existing retail units will have a loss on visitors and their customers. And I think, that will be a retrograde step of the town. So that needs to be seriously considered. Comments have already been made about the open spaces and community land. That is something which I'm obviously a little bit concerned about. I don't think it's been seriously considered. But of course, the problem is obviously a difficult situation in the middle of an urban environment. Finally, I was going to say, and I think I have to solidly agree with Councillor Sumner. At the moment, I'm confronted with the aftermath of what is happening at Stirling Gardens. Stirling Gardens has been mentioned tonight on 2 or 3 occasions. The applicant is endeavoured on many, many occasions over the last 2 or 3 years to amend the conditions that were imposed on him in 2014. And poor residents are having to put up with it time and time again, amendments to original application. So, Councillor Sumner, you are spot on. If this application goes through, I want to see rigid conditions imposed and imposed for perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barnett. Councillor Foote.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, I mean, a lot of points have been made already, Chair, but there's just a few I'd like to make. The new NPPF has been mentioned on frequent occasions. I think, and I declared the fact that I'm West Berkshire Heritage Champion, and I sit on heritage committees. I think that the new NPPF does actually protect heritage. There is quite a good section in that, and that was, I thought, very neatly summarised in paragraph 13, heritage design, character and appearance, on page 46 of our papers. And I would refer people to sections 13.1 through to 13.9. I think also this council recently adopted the Newbury Town Council Conservation Area Management Plan. And I think that is very significant as well, Chair, because that underlines and underscores this council's commitment and the seriousness with which it takes conservation areas. And I'm pleased that that has been adopted. We've heard this evening very eloquent submissions from Newbury Town Council, the Newbury Society, fellow West Berkshire councillors for the ward. But what struck me most, I think, listening tonight was Mrs. Reid's submissions, where she mentioned specifically the views from Goldwells Park and from Donington Castle. And we're very fortunate in Newbury because you don't have to go very far out of the town to the green spaces and look back at the town, which lies in a hollow, and you have these fabulous views. And of course, these will be irreparably changed by those tallest blocks in the proposed Eagle Quarter development. She also referenced Marlborough and Salisbury, these other neighbouring towns of ours, and I would put it to you that it would be highly unlikely in a town like Marlborough or Salisbury we would be having a discussion about a development such as this. And I think we have a choice as to whether we look to the Marlborough, Salisbury, preserving our heritage market town aspect, or whether we go towards the Reading, and that's been referenced by Mr. Haigh, the Thames Quarter development, Maidenhead, where I used to live, where there are now enormous skyscraper buildings, Slough, Ealing, all the way along the railway line into London, you see these large developments of flats. So I think we have a choice there. And what concerns me about this application is if it is approved, it will set a precedent, because there are other brownfield sites that could become available in and around the town centre. And if we approve buildings that have a maximum height of 98 feet or thereabouts, then future developers will say, well, we've approved that, therefore further larger buildings can be potentially put in. The other thing I would like to say is that on that note about brownfield sites, a lot has been mentioned about it being a sustainable location. Well, Chair, I would respectfully submit that because of the extremely poor drainage situation we have in Newbury, that isn't a sustainable site, because I got off a train at Newbury railway station about midday on Monday, and as I walked out onto Station Road, which is the southern aspect of the station, there was water pouring out of the drains because it was surcharging, because the drains couldn't cope with the recent rainfall, and it goes into the foul water sewer, and the foul water can't cope. And it concerns me that we hear nothing from Thames Water. And I know, again, at many planning committees, we say, well, they're a statutory consultee and that this will be put through in conditions. But, Chair, I think that is not that's not good enough for the situation we find ourselves in right now. I do approve the sustainable drainage that this development has. They've got blue areas and green roofs and things. And it's quite right what it says in the papers, that that is an improvement on the existing Kennet Centre, where there's no capacity for that. But the thing is, they're going to be, if it is ever fully occupied, they're going to be 420 odd dwellings there. People are going to be using their lavatories, their showers. All of that is going to be coming into a system that cannot cope right now. And we've heard this evening that this development could start within a year and potentially be completed in 5 years. And I think that is a big concern of mine. So I would respectfully say it's not a sustainable site because of that aspect. And my final point is to agree with Councillor Barnett and Councillor Sumner that too often we've had applications, and just over the road there in the Market Street development, where conditions are rowed back on by developers, and once we approve this, they will be coming back, and conditions can be overturned. So I would like if it is approved, I would like the strongest conditions attached to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Foote. Councillor Pemberton.
Last one, I think. I won't speak for long, genuinely, because so many points have already been made. At the last district planning committee, I did make a point of saying that how I voted and the reasons why I came to that conclusion were extremely finely balanced, and they continue to be so. Contrary to other members here tonight, I don't have a massive issue with the scale or the bulk of the development. There's no doubt it's going to change our skyline. I think the developer's done a reasonably good job of trying to mitigate that as far as they can. There are obviously some aspects of the development where that impact is going to be seen more than others, particularly by the Catherine Wheel and what was the Save the Children shop, where those buildings are going to be effectively dwarfed by the new development, however many stories high and clearly visible from the roundabout at Bear Lane. The biggest issue that I have got, and I just can't get past it, is this whole issue of affordability. And, in a sense, I share Councillor Barnett's anger and frustration, albeit for a different reason, because time and again, we come to these committees and we're told about the importance of affordable dwellings and how they're written into our local plans and policies in the NPPF. But time and again, developers seem to find a way of getting around them and saying we can't possibly provide any affordable housing because we're not going to be able to make enough money. And therefore you can get around it. And because the developer's not going to make as much money as they want to, there's no affordable housing for many, many people that literally cannot afford to put a roof over their heads. And when I say can't put a roof over their heads, I'm not talking about first-time buyers that can't afford to buy a home. There are scores and scores of people that go to work and can't afford a place of their own, renting, buying, whatever it may be. This is the scale of the housing crisis that this country is in. And what we are being offered up tonight is 427 dwellings without a single one that is affordable. I made that very same point at the last committee meeting. I'm mindful of the fact that there are exceptions, but Councillor Cottam is absolutely right. We're being asked to rely on figures that have been provided by a third-party consultant. Those figures could have come from anywhere. They could be open to interpretation. I'm a layperson in this respect. Clearly, I'm not in a position to take a firm view on that. But the fact of the matter is that for whatever reason, we now find ourselves in a situation where no affordable housing is being provided. And I just cannot also get away from the fact, as Councillor Abbs has made the point multiple times, I'm not even sure there's a demand for these types of properties. I know that's not a planning consideration. Of course it's not. If a developer wants to come along and build this out, then that's their prerogative. Of course it is. Just outside this building, the development at Market Street is operating at somewhere in the region of around 50% occupancy. There's lots and lots of other examples around the town where there are flats where nobody's living in them. And we've got to get this right. It was Councillor Macro that made the point about getting things right, getting issues right, albeit in a slightly different context. If we are going to change the skyline of our town, this beautiful town, this charter market town, forever, irreparably, we need to make absolutely sure that we are not going to be left with some kind of white elephant however many years into the future. It's going to bite us in the backside. That's empty. The shops are empty or they're not at full occupancy. Whatever percent of the flats are occupied, whatever that may be, however many years into the future. That's my last comment for now. I'm not sure how I'm going to vote. I think there probably is an issue on the heritage aspect as well, but I will leave that because it's been discussed to death. I'm going to see what happens next and hopefully we'll end up somewhere. Thank you.
I'm not sure whether it was Councillor Williston or Councillor Vickers, but Councillor Williston.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just start off first of all on the existing Kennet Centre? Shopping patterns have changed over the years. We've got the retail park, parkways come in, far more internet shopping, and frankly, this centre is out of date and it's had it. So whatever happens, it's going to be knocked down. So the issues there are over demolition are going to be there, whatever happens. Let's be quite clear on that. Then moving on to the car parking, I think I'm content with what I've heard tonight. I think we solved the problem. So that's a way. I think you've got to bear in mind in terms of the rents that are being proposed, they are inclusive of service charge, which many of the ones being quoted are not. So they become more affordable than they perhaps think. My view is that housing for families should not be in the town centre. I think families need a place to go and run around in a garden, and that they should be on the outskirts of the town. So this scheme is intentionally developed, or supposed to be developed, for young professionals who don't have children, who enjoy themselves, they don't have a car, they use public transport, they cycle, and that's exactly what we're developing here and what we need. I then want to move on to the shops that are being developed there, or proposed there, I should say. They are exactly what I think Newbury needs. Artisan shops, small ones, which will get small traders in at cheap rents. I think, if anything, it will improve the quality of the shopping in Newbury, not diminish it. Then if I can move on to views, I think we all went round the town looking at views from different locations and what the impact would be. And I have to say, I was amazed at just how good a job the architects have done. The only problem area is clearly Bear Lane. You don't drive up Bear Lane, you drive out of it. It can be seen from the A339, I agree, but I just don't think it's an issue. I really don't. So my view, I'm coming around to very clearly, is we should give this consent.
I'm happy to take proposals.
I will propose it, I guess.
Councillor Anderson. Do I have a seconder for?
Put my name out there. I am, as I say, the person who lives closest to this development. I know that it is quite possible to enjoy a really good quality of life without a car. My two sons are in their 50s, two of the three sons, and they've never owned a car. Okay, they do live in big cities, but they use car clubs. And if we've got a car club, we should be promoting it because it's the way of the future. You get 90+% usage out of all that embedded carbon, whereas the average private car only gets 5 to 10% in its life. I think it's appalling. We want the use of the car and we want homes to live in. I think this solution for the market that it's aimed at will find renters. No problem at all, because they've got extra facilities with inclusive, it's not just service charge, but relatively low heating costs, as we've heard. So I think when you look at all the costs of occupying, and it's the cost of occupation that's killing things as well as the deposit, we will not get this two-storey development that Councillor Abbs, I think, semi-seriously was saying.
Point of order, I never mentioned 2 stories.
You did, actually.
No, I didn't. I said taking 2 stories off.
Let's not argue, chaps. Let's not argue.
But I think the final point, which I made last time, and I tried to stick to the points that are relevant to the update sheet, the new information that we've got, and not go over old ground. But I did say then that it's the street view from eye level that matters and not the elevation. Yes, you have to submit elevations, but you are never going to see in real life, apart from Market Street and Bear Lane, which are not the primary historic parts of the conservation area, as we've heard, and that is update information. So it is very relevant that there is nowhere apart from those 2 areas where you will see the high buildings that are there from the existing conservation area. Yes, there will be the new street and there's the shadowing effect, but believe you me, we've got places in this country that are no worse than that. If you're talking about the amenity for residents, Newbury's no different to central London, actually, in terms of that.
Thank you, Councillor Vickers.
I think, I'm happy to second this. I would like to see, I don't know whether the proposer agrees with me about the issue about retrofitting the Kennet Centre car park, whether there is a need for perhaps a new condition dealing with that alone, as I mentioned in discussion with Mr. Goddard, or whether it can be covered within the existing conditions. But if Councillor Wilson would agree, that's the only real change, apart from, can we look at a longer period than 10 years in the section 106 for sticking to build to rent and not allowing units to be sold off?
Let us refer to officers. Can we change the period from 10 to a greater period?
Yes, yes.
We could
We could
as a
do that,
condition.
yes.
Okay.
And
the retrofitting?
the retrofitting of the EV chargers, I will defer to Paul Goddard on amendments to that condition.
What exactly you?
Well, I'm thinking, that we do make sure that there is going to be, over, say, the 10 to 15 years of the build to rent period, a sufficient grid capacity to allow at least 50% of the parking spaces in the Kennet Centre to be fitted with at least the cabling and preferably the actual charging units.
I've no objection to that, but the availability of the grid is really beyond our control.
So what we could do is, I don't know if Paul can clarify as well, if we could amend the condition to just defer that to review by condition to maximise, with an intention to maximise the amount. But then obviously through discussions with the grid and the developer, we can work out what would be achievable.
Yeah, but I think otherwise we're going to have a problem with a multi-story that wasn't built for residential use in a generation where EVs are the norm. You can't expect people those that do need a car to, every time they need to charge overnight to go 150 metres or further to find somewhere to charge at high rate. It needs to be at an affordable rate within the actual terms of the service charge or whatever the charging scheme's going to be.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor Wilson, are you agreed to the?
Very happy with those additions. Is there any way, as Councillor Summers raised, whether we can actually tighten up on the conditions actually not being trying to be changed?
Regrettably, no, obviously there is the power in the Act to vary conditions and it must be considered at that time. Although I would reassure members that there is in the NPPF a paragraph, it wasn't inserted just now, but relatively recently, that says local planning authorities should also seek to ensure that the quality of approved developments is not materially diminished between permission and completion as a result of changes being made to the permitted scheme. So a previous revision to the NPPF did give us more ammunition in that respect, but you can't prevent that right at this stage.
As long as officers are aware that members feel quite strongly about it.
I was going to go to a vote. Councillor Sum, did you want to?
Yeah, just very quickly. I mean, I think the clarity potentially is knowing whether it's something that would be at officers' discretion or whether it's something that would need an application to come back to committee anyway, not district, but just the Western area.
Yeah, typically I think this is about matters that would require a Section 73 application if it was to materially change the proposal, in which case, of course, the usual constitution rules apply and it can be called in.
Discussed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So members have the ability to not only be aware, but to make the decision on it.
Councillor Abs.
Just before you go to the vote, may I ask that we do a named vote considering the importance of this particular application?
No problem at all. I understand that I've got to have 3 members of the committee to actually agree to that named vote. Do I have 3 members of the committee who want to put their hands up? No. I'm sorry, but that's failed.
Chairman, if I may confirm the proposal then, just so everyone's clear, that's on the table at the moment. To approve the applications, I'll take that as per officer recommendation, varying the condition to do with the car park to ensure retrofitting of electric charging points, and we'll do that via submission of a plan to be agreed beforehand, where we'll seek to maximise the provision of what's achievable, and to change the period for build to rent in the first heads of terms. At the moment it's 10, I think 15 was originally tabled, so to 15 years. So yeah, so those 2 changes to the officer recommendation is what I have recorded for this vote. Thank you. The heads of terms reads for a period of 10, so 15 years, to retain the whole of the build to rent land together as one parcel and in one ownership, and not to alienate any part of the land or building erected thereon. So that's the heads of terms for the agreement. We obviously would, if this is passed, deal with the detailed terms, but yeah, I would imagine it would be from.
I would imagine it would be from occupation.
Yeah, occupation.
So both proposer and seconder both agree to those conditions. Okay, I'm going to go to a vote then. All those in favour of officers' recommendations, please show. Okay. And those against? Thank you. So that's failed. Can I have a counter proposal? Do you want to go further for further debate, or do you want to go straight for a?
I did it last time, Jeremy.
Okay.
Councillor Cotton.
Okay. Well, I have quite thoroughly explained my reasons. It's basically one of the hooks here for me is the affordable housing, which we never seem to get. We've seen that the rents are not affordable when you compare it to others. I I think that on itself, for me, would be sufficient, but I'm sure we'd like to stack it up a bit as well. If we look at the issues that the officers have pointed out, CS 14, I think there's enough strength on the conserving and enhancing the historic environment that we have. I believe it's CS 11 and CS 14. If anybody wants to strengthen that, I'm very happy to take that from a seconder.
Councillor McCrow.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't have those policies to hand, but I think one of the big issues is the height and bulk and massing of those proposed buildings on the heritage assets and on the conservation area. There's the lack of affordable housing, as Councillor Cotterman said. There's insufficient parking, and there's insufficient amenity space.
Sorry, I should have asked, are you seconding?
Yes.
Okay. And I accept those additions.
Would you like to carry on? I'm writing it down.
That's my lot, Madam Chair.
So if I read out what I've recorded, a proposal to refuse the application on lack of affordable housing, the impact on the historic environment, and I'm going to take that to be that due to the height, scale, massing, etc., that it would harm heritage assets, and in terms of the NPPF wouldn't be outweighed by the public benefits. Insufficient parking and a lack of adequate amenity space. So I've got 4 reasons recorded there.
They're the 4 that I've recorded from the proposal as well.
They're all on planning, yes. Obviously, we have our advice on those matters. I think affordable housing.
We had, lack of affordable housing, lack of contributions toward affordable housing, insufficient level of parking provision, harm to heritage assets due to the height, scale and massing, particularly the internal blocks, and harm to the amenity of future residents due to proximity to the Newbury.
Yeah, so when we're calling amenity space, it's the amenity space for the future residents.
So substandard private amenity space then.
Councillor Foot.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I might need a bit of guidance from the officers on this, but could we also put in concerns about the drainage aspects? I
would strongly advise against that. And just to go back to the Thames Water point, it's not uncommon for them not to respond to applications because they have an obligation to provide a connection, and they would only normally comment if there was some phasing required in order to enable them to do upgrades. So with I've heard tonight, I would advise against that one.
Accept officers' advice on that.
So Councillor Cottam, are you happy with the
Yes, I am.
reasons that Councillor McCrow put forward?
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, can I just confirm on the amenity space reason for refusal that it was substandard private and open space, amenity space, or is it public amenity space as well? Is it private and public?
I had in mind
amenity space?
the private amenity space, which is less than half of our requirements, or around about half of our requirements.
And can I also confirm as well, I mentioned the harm to the future amenity of future residents as a result of the Newbury, proximity to the Newbury. Was that also one of the reasons as well?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Adams. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. And just to clarify on the historic environment, essentially you're saying that disapplies the tilted balance because it fails the NPPF policy?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that because so many of the reasons for refusal are actually start with breaking our own policies, that we list out the policies that are broken, like ADDP 1, P2, CS1, CS4, CS5, CS6, CS9,
You get the idea.
Chair, if I may, I'd encourage members to focus on the issues. We will obviously, if this passes.
I
write
will leave that
detailed
to the
reasons for
officers
it,
to
detailed
identify the
reasons for
exact
right
causes.
So the one thing we haven't talked about, which was the core for why the Kennett Centre should knock down for this, was viability. And viability is a planning matter, is it not?
No, it's not a planning matter.
So how do they get things through by stating, oh, I can't do it because of viability?
Just to clarify, it's two separate issues, I think. So viability can be a reason for not providing policy compliant affordable housing, whereas I think we've got to be careful not to conflate that with
So
the
what I'm
wider
saying
points
is,
about economic.
but
generation,
for me, the unfounded viability, it may be third parties and that, but it's not founded based on the actual detail that we have here in Newbury. It's using consultants, it's using lookups on the internet. It's not based on this place.
I think you're going to dilute your argument if you start putting viability into that, but that's just my
I thought it
opinion.
was an extra point, but.
Chair, I'm not including those. Thank you.
So I've got a proposer and a seconder with the reasons already stated. Can I have a vote for going against officers' recommendations? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. So that is the vote carried for going against officers' recommendations. Thank you. With that, I think we can close the meeting. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your attention tonight. And thank you, officers,